Milady.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning, Milady.
Good morning, my lady.
Nelly Siwe, please place the matter on record.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 16th of August, 2022, calling the matter of live Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Pihlela and Mrs. Nyatlo.
Morning, my lady.
Good morning, Judge.
Mrs. Nyatlo, you are reminded that you are still under oath. You may proceed, Mr. Pihlela.
Yes, court pleases. Morning, Ms. Nyadlo.
Good morning, Councillor.
We are about to finish. I don't have too many questions for you today. Just with regard to what you have stated in your amended statement regarding the files that were handed over to Siabadinga, my instructions are that there were no files, and in some instances the files were incomplete. So it wasn't, as you've stated and itemized, that these are the documents that we sent.
Okay, can I answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Just before she answers, you say there were no files and?
I'm saying the files.
Yes.
In some instances, because the witness has indicated, my lady, that she has itemized things that were supposedly sent to Siabadinga.
Okay.
So that is denied by Ms. Noile, to say she received all that information.
Yes, you may respond.
Thank you, Judge. This has never been brought to my attention. I did not have any knowledge that the files were missing. But to my knowledge, I know that some of the documents that I have, most of the documents that I have stated was given to Siabadinga.
Thank you. Proceed.
Yes, court pleases. The second issue is with regard to medication. My instructions are that the medication that was provided was not for a whole month. It was 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, and it could only go on for 2 weeks. It was sufficient for 2 weeks. Then they had to go back for more, and given 2 weeks. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's not that it was medication that would last an entire month. It would only be able to last for 2 weeks. Then they will have to go back to ask for more and then get 2 weeks. So on and so forth.
Your response?
Councillor, according to my knowledge, the institution gave 28 days medication for the patients. That is what I was informed about.
So you can't say that with absolute certainty. You were not there when the medication was being handed over, correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, just you earlier yesterday you testified that Sister Manaka brought you a list patients that needed to be transferred, and you signed off on the transfer forms, correct? That was on the 23rd of June, 2016.
The list was brought to me after the patient were transferred.
So you signed the transfer forms after the patients had already been transferred. Is that
Yes.
how I understand? Okay.
That is correct.
That's the second. Continue.
According to my instructions, Anchor were expecting to receive children. Were you aware of this?
I was not aware because I was never informed.
That's already there. This is now Dorothy Franks, ne?
Correct, my lady. My lady, it's confirmed, just for the benefit of the court, on page 36609, paragraph 18.2, is a statement of Hannah Jacobus.
Continue.
Ma'am, I understand that CCRC it's a state institution, correct?
It is correct.
And in terms of resources, one can say that you are well resourced, especially when compared to the two NGOs, Anchor and Siabadinga, correct?
As compared, but we were not well resourced as compared to the other hospitals.
Yes, hence I'm saying when compared to Anchor and Siabadinga, because those are relevant to you. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I do agree.
Thank you. Now, on page 24,
Page
my
24
lady,
of what?
it's page 24. It's a document called. It doesn't really have a title, but it contains a list of deceased that died at different institutions,
Oh,
my
that is
lady.
okay.
Yeah, it starts on page 21. I think at the top I see Precious Angels. But with regard to this witness, I'm dealing with page 24.
Yes, I'm there.
Now, from page 24 to page 25, there is a list of names under the heading of CCRC. Do you see that, ma'am?
Yes.
Would you concede that these are the list of names of the deceased that died at CCRC?
I cannot concede to that, Councillor.
Are you disputing any of the names in particular on this list, that they might have died elsewhere? My lady, there's a hand.
Miss Mel,
Thank you, my lady. My lady, this witness testified firstly that she wasn't involved pertaining to the patients. And secondly, there are several patients that passed away at Siabadinga and not CCRC that's contained in that list. So it's my respectful submission that this is an unfair question to the witness.
Mr. Pichele?
My lady, it's surprising because the learned counsel and Mr. Late are the ones who compiled this list. So are they saying that, are they conceding that they've put incorrect information before the court? Because I'm entitled to rely on the list as it stands, unless they want to correct it going forward, because then it's misleading to the court.
My lady, the evidence was clear that was presented to this court. Patients, for example, like Jan de Necker didn't pass away at CCRC, it was Siabadinga. And Lucille Kahn was at Siabadinga. Johannes Burger was at Siabadinga. Jaco Stols was at Siabadinga and then transferred back to CCRC. So it's my respectful submission that it's not not misleading the court. There were mistakes. Some of the patients didn't die at CCRC that's contained in this list. They were original patients at CCRC. And this is an unfair question to the witness.
But the crux of your objection is that I understand the issue of the list. The crux of your objection is that the witness testified that she was not involved.
Yes, my lady.
In the patients, in the handling of the patients, yes.
Yes.
But if she was the CEO, are you saying that she wouldn't have known, even regarding the list of those who died, if I understand it?
My lady, she testified she received information. So if my colleague wants to elicit hearsay evidence, it's my respectful submission. It's still not a fair question to the witness. She's relying on other people's information.
All right. Mr. Pichele?
My lady, I think the witness is well placed to indicate the patients that died during the period when she was CEO at CCRC. Obviously, one would expect that it forms part of her duties as the one running the institution to know what is happening there. Are we then saying that she was oblivious of people that were dying while under her watch? Because it was on her watch when these people died. And she must answer to that. She cannot simply just excuse herself by saying, I was not the one dealing with the patients. We are not talking about the care. We are talking about people dying while you are in charge.
Yes, I hear that. But perhaps maybe the question that you have just asked, if that can be rephrased, looking at how it was asked. Remember, you wanted her to concede that the list is a list of those who died at CCRC. Then she said she can't concede. Now you went on to say, is she disputing that or any of the names? I mean, for a person who says, I was informed, right?
Yes, my lady.
So I don't think that person would be in a position to answer this very same question that you have asked, unless if it is rephrased, because in any event, she's just going to tell you what she heard from other people.
Yes, the court, please.
Yes,
I will try and rephrase the question, my lady.
Okay. Can the witness come back? Yes, continue.
Yes, court, please. Mrs. Nyato, do you still recall when the first death occurred at CCRC?
No, I've got no recollection, Councillor.
My lady, there's a hand.
Ms. Merritt?
My lady, this question is very vague, pertaining to what period of time?
Miss, can the witness
My lady,
step
with
aside,
respect,
please?
the witness can only
Can the
answer
witness
to the
step
period.
aside?
The witness can only answer to the period when she was CEO. I don't think there is anything vague there. We have already established that her last day on duty was the 4th of July. I'm talking about the first death that occurred. In respect, we are talking about Life Esidimeni Project Marathon here. So I don't understand
Yes.
the objection. We are talking within a context. We are not talking about since the establishment of CCRC. If that was the case, then it will be put as such.
Isn't it not better just to say to her during her time as the CEO so that she can maybe try to answer the question?
Councillor, I do not have a recollection of the first patient that died in CCRC.
Okay, fair enough. Now, I would assume that any death that occurred during your tenure as the CEO would have been reported to you, correct?
That is correct.
And you would also be required to compile a report in that regard, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, in terms of the marathon project, was it ever a concern the number of deaths that occurred during the time when you were CEO? Did it warrant any special attention?
Yes, it did warrant a special attention. As I was informed of the deaths, as I've stated in paragraph 10 of my amended statement, those are the 3 deaths that were reported to me.
Now, did you launch an investigation into this death internally?
No.
Is it because deaths occurring within institutions, it's something that is commonplace?
I cannot answer to that question.
Now, did the department conduct any special or specific investigation in respect of the deaths that occurred at CCRC?
Councillor, at the time that I was in CCRC, there were no special investigation conducted by the department.
You would have expected that where deaths are occurring at an institute, especially a government-run institute, there would be investigations into the circumstances of those deaths. Do you agree with me on that? There's a hand, my lady.
Yes, I can see that. Who's that?
Good morning, my ladies. Advocate Shabango.
Can the witness step aside? Yes, Mr. Shabango.
My lady, I have a problem in this line of questioning, my lady. First of all, my legal colleague is speculating and he wants a witness to answer me on the speculation, my lady, unless my legal colleague will provide a concrete source that this is what should happen when a death occurs, my lady. But at this stage, I don't think this question is, I think this question is unfair to this witness, my lady.
Mr. Pichela?
My lady, I think we are stretching the definition of speculation here.
Can
in
you just
simple
put your hand
terms,
down, Mr. Shabangu?
I'm trying to do that.
my lady, it's every death has to be investigated. That is commonplace. It's known even by a layperson on the street. Now,
Yes.
we are talking here in terms of the responsibilities of the CEO, where deaths are occurring under a watch. It's simple as that.
Well, this question, you were asking her a question with regard to whether the department itself had done the investigations.
Indeed, my lady.
Yes, and
Because
the
I
answer
wanted
is
to
no.
understand. Yes, and the answer is no. So I'm happy with the answer, my lady.
So can we move on?
I wasn't gonna probe. I wasn't gonna probe it any further beyond that answer. I would not be allowed to do that.
Yes, but I don't know what you had asked now after this answer. The answer is on record. Can we move then and
Yes,
leave
Your
whatever
Lordship,
you want to do?
please.
Yes, thank you. Mrs. Nyatlo? Can the witness come back? Thank you. Proceed.
Mrs. Nyatlo, you indicated that yesterday during your testimony, you indicated that you worked very closely with Siabadinga, correct?
That is correct.
Am I to understand that you also knew of the problems that they were experiencing? Problems around shortages.
Only those problems that would be reported to me.
Yes, I was saying
Just
problems
hold it there.
around.
Continue.
Yes, problems around shortages that they were experiencing, shortages of medication, equipment, those type of things. Did you know about those problems?
I only know about the problem of medicine. Hence, we did solve it as we gave them more info medication.
That is this is the problem of the one
Of
that
medicine.
you know about it.
Yes, Miss Noile did indicate to me, and then I did order the pharmacy to give them more medication.
Did that also involve I'm trying to get that term. We are made to understand that some of the mental health care users were using special medication, so to speak, for their mental health problems, which needed specific prescriptions. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, Councillor.
Now, you mentioned the issue of support. Was it part of the service level agreements that you offer them support, or it was just something that CCRC was just doing to assist where it can?
Councillor, as I was attending meetings that were convened by the MEC, there was a request for institutions that had NGOs nearer them to offer support. Hence, I have indicated in my statement that CCRC did established a temporary committee to that effect.
Okay. With regard to Ms. Ntombifigile Mabena, I understand that you have had interactions with her and she was presented to you as the owner of Siabadinga, correct?
That is correct.
And you also signed a lease agreement between CCRC and Siabadinga, correct?
That is correct.
And the transfer of patients from CCRC to Siabadinga happened under your watch, correct?
That is correct.
And at the time when patients were being transferred from CCRC to Siabadinga, there was no license, correct, for Siabadinga to operate or to receive any patients from the Department of Health, correct?
That was a concern that I raised to Dr. Manamela.
Yes, but you still proceeded to have those patients transferred to Siabadinga, even though you knew it was not licensed.
Yes, as the instruction was that at that moment, the focus of the department is to remove all the patients from Life Esidimeni, and all those issues that I was raising will be sorted after the removal of patients from Life Esidimeni.
Now, you knew that you cannot transfer patients to an unlicensed institution.
I did not know
law.
that. I did not know that. Hence, I had to inquire from my senior, who actually reassured me that that concern will be taken care of after all the patients have been removed from Life Esidimeni.
Was that ever done?
As my stay at the CCRC was cut short, I could not follow on that one, Councillor.
It's just guard against repeating this. I think this evidence was adduced yesterday.
Yes,
I don't
your
want
leadership
us to keep on
pleases.
repeating.
Yes, your leadership pleases.
Thank you.
There's just a few more things that are left that I want us to deal with, and then we should be finishing. You mentioned Mr. Wagner, and I'm made to understand that this Mr. Wagner was in charge of Life Disciples, correct?
That is correct.
And my instructions are that you requested Mrs. Diane Noile to help you, to assist you to find an NGO that can take over from Life Disciples. Do you have any comment on that?
That is correct. After the disappearance of Mr. Werner.
Now, I also understand that Siabadinga was occupying premises at CCRC. That is until Anchor came on board.
That is correct.
Now, my instructions are that there is an incident where when the MEC came to do inspections, Siabadinga still did not have a license, and that a license was placed behind a door in order to try and fool the MEC. Do you know of this incident, ma'am?
Councillor was informed about this occurrence after the MEC left.
May I ask maybe who informed you of this incident?
I was informed by Ms. Noile.
Or she did inform you of the incident?
Yes, she did
itself?
inform me after.
Okay. My lady, I think that covers the extent of the cross-examination that I had.
Thank you very much.
As court pleases.
Mr. Vesalo, do you have questions to the witness?
No questions, my lady.
Thank you. Miss Beauty Kekana, is she there? Mrs. Kekana? Was she at roll call, Nelly Siwe?
No, Judge, she was not at roll call this morning, but
Thank you.
yesterday she had informed me that she has no questions for the witness.
Just to check with any counsel who had reserved cross-examination, I think Mr. Pina, do you have questions to the witness?
May it please the court, my lady, I have no questions for
Thank
this
you.
witness subsequent to the cross-examination conducted up until this stage.
Thank you. Mr. Van Bergen?
May it please you, my lady, I have no questions. Thank you.
There was Mr. Sibara. Mr. Sibara, are you here today?
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning.
We are ready to proceed. If
Where is Mr. Sibara? Is that yourself proceeding?
that is correct, my lady.
Okay, continue.
My lady, we don't have so many questions. Our questions revolves around the fact, the interactions and the instructions that the witness has testified about, that Dr. Manamela has instructed her to do so and so. That is only on those points. And also on the establishment of Siabadinga, or the existence of it thereof.
Yes.
Yes. If the witness may come in, my lady.
The witness is there. We just don't see you. You're busy addressing the court, but I can't see you.
I'm visible, my lady.
To
I can
who?
see myself.
Can you
I can see
see?
myself.
Can the others see Mr. Makani?
No, I can see him.
Can you all see him? Can you
I
see
can
him?
see him, my lady.
All right, let me just see what I can do here.
I can't see him, my lady.
Oh,
Maybe
I
he
also
should,
cannot see him, my lady.
he should leave and come back, my lady.
yes, maybe before we do that, because the others, they say they can see you, just leave and exit the meeting and rejoin, please. Nelisiwe?
Yes, Judge?
Yes, just check the screen. Am I properly visible now?
Yes, Judge, you are.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Makani, now I can see you. I hope the others can all see him.
Yes, my lady.
No, we can, Your Honor.
Okay,
I can
thank
see him
you.
clear, my lady.
Proceed.
The only person that I can see is the witness, my lady.
You can't see the witness.
I can't.
Did you see him before?
Yeah, when Advocate Pichela was proceeding, I could see her. I don't know as to what changed, but for in the interest of time, I don't know if you'll allow me to proceed. Can everyone see the witness?
Just try again to exit and rejoin. Can the witness come back? I see that she's no longer on the screen. Can you see the witness, Mr. Makani?
The position remains the same, I need from my side.
Just continue.
I can't
then.
see the
We're going
witness.
to have problems, yes.
Okay.
But now just sit properly because you are moving to the other side and then you are no longer properly visible. Yeah, that will be fine. Continue.
Okay.
It appears your notes are on the left hand, on your left, then you keep moving towards your left. Okay, now you are okay, but once you start, I know, just sit properly.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Nyatlu.
Good morning, Councillor.
Answer.
Council.
Yes.
Sorry.
They are not councillors.
Answer.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Okay.
Now I can see the witness, my lady. Ma'am, I'm Advocate Makani. Together with Advocate Sibara, will represent Dr. Manamela. I'm going to ask you a few questions about your testimony of yesterday, and also reference to the statements. Yesterday, you testified that you reported directly to Dr. Manamela. Is it not so?
It is correct.
Dr. Manamela's instructions is that she was not aware of Siabadinga. Can you explain that?
I
Ms.
have
Marriott,
informed
just a second before the witness response, Ms. Marriott.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, it's my respectful submission. This is an unfair question to the witness. How must this witness know what Dr. Manamela knew and did not know? How must she comment on that?
Mr. Makani.
As the court, please, my lady. That is the version of Dr. Manamela, and
Yeah.
I'm putting the version as it is, whether she knows or she doesn't know. It is up to the witness to answer, my lady. I don't understand the objection, my lady.
Ms. Marriott.
My lady, the question was for the witness to comment whether Dr. Manamela knew about Siabadinga. How must this witness know what Dr. Manamela knew and what she did not know? It's my respectful submission. This question should be put in a different way.
The way I captured the question was, Dr. Manamela says she was not aware of Siabadinga.
Yes, my lady, but how must the witness answer to that? The witness will not know what Dr. Manamela knows or did not know. So it's my respectful submission. The question should be asked differently.
Mr. Makani, I do think that this question should be asked differently. Maybe even the way you say you put the version to her, just try to rephrase that question.
Okay. Marie, I don't know how, because but anyway, I'll try. The witness has disappeared again. Oh,
yes.
Okay. If she may come back.
Thank you.
She may come back.
Continue.
Miss Nyatlu, Dr. Manamela's instructions is that she did not know that there is an NGO by the name of Siabadinga. What she knew was Life Disciples. Do you have any comment to that?
Council, I have submitted that I had informed my superior, Dr. Manamela, about the disappearance of Life Disciples and the possible replacement by Siabadinga.
As the court, please. So
just a second. Continue.
At what stage did you inform Dr. Manamela about the disappearance of Life Disciples? Love Disciples.
This happened just before the patients were to be discharged to Sebadinga.
Dr. Manamela's instructions is that she was not aware of the transfer of patients to Sebadinga until you informed her of the 4 deaths that happened at Sebadinga.
Response?
That is not correct, Council.
And she'll further come and testify and say that she only found out when she sent, after the 4 deaths, she was notified about the 4 deaths of the mental health care users. She sent Hannah Jacobus and Mr. Tobane. That is when she became aware that now there is this new NGO by the name of Sebadinga.
Council, that is not correct. As I was informed, I was informing Dr. Manamela at every stage.
And
Yes.
she'll also come and testify that when she asked you about the Sebadinga, you mentioned that this is a long story. You will later explain as to what really happened. In other words, she'll be disputing that she was informed of all the processes and protocols that were followed in transferring patients from Love Disciples to Sebadinga.
Council, there were no patients transferred from Life Disciples. The Life Disciples vanished or disappeared before they could take up patients. So the statement is not correct.
Was Sebadinga having a license?
That is one of the concerns that I raised with Dr. Manamela.
Again, based on her version, she says she was very much surprised to learn that Sebadinga is using the license of Love Disciples without her knowledge. Were you aware of that fact?
I am not aware of that fact.
And
just a second, Mr. McKinney. Continue.
I may be corrected, but yesterday you mentioned that Dr. Manamela allowed for the NGO Sebadinga to operate without the license. She says also that she's not aware of that. She's never given that instruction for Sebadinga to operate without the license.
Let's hold it then. Response?
In my, I testified that I did raise concerns around the license, and the response from Dr. Manamela was that at that moment, we need to concentrate on removing all the patients from Life Esidimeni, and all other matters will be sorted after. That was her response, including the license.
Continue.
My lady, if I may just take instructions if there will be further questions from the witness. I see there's WhatsApp messages sent. If I can just get a minute. Because from the questions I had, I've completed, but I don't want to close before I take instructions from that
You
line.
may do that. Where is the witness?
As the court, please, my lady. I see I'm a bit blare. I don't know if the court can see me.
Yeah. You are not that visible, but we can hear you. Continue.
As the court, please. Ms. Nyatlu, I don't know whether you'll be able to comment on it, but it's a statement from Dr. Manamela. She will elaborate as she comes to testify. She says, or she'll be asking, or her view is, how can she's just emphasizing on the statement that she did not give consent for Sebadinga to work with no license because no other NGOs were operating without a license. What is your take on that?
Come again?
It's a statement that I want to put to the witness to comment on it. I'm saying is just an emphasis on the fact that there was no, she did not consent to Siabadinga operating without a license because other NGOs operated with a license.
Okay.
What is your comment to that?
Council, I have no comment on that.
As the court, please, my lady. That will be the end of our cross-examination.
Thank you. That's the second, Mr. Nyatla. Mr. Shawangu. Yes, Mr. Shawangu.
As a court, please, my lady. May I continue, my lady?
Yes, you may continue.
As a court, please, my lady. From what is eminent during cross-examination, my lady, there will be no re-examination for the witness, my lady.
Just before you do that, I don't know. Miss Munjarara, what is the problem? Is it your screen failing you or because you haven't even raised your hand?
My apologies, my lady. My apologies for that. What I wanted to tell the court was that yesterday I indicated to the court that I will cross-examine just before Advocate Shiva.
Yes,
just before.
You should have reminded me before because it means I forgot. But he was already on the screen. Maybe that's why I forgot. All right.
Yes,
Thank you very much. Perhaps Mr. Shawangu must listen attentively if he might want to continue. Yes, you may proceed. Ms. Munjera.
My lady, I'm seeing that it's 11:02. I don't know if maybe I should proceed now.
We normally break at 11:15, isn't it?
Oh, yes, please, the court, my lady. My apologies for that.
You want to start later. Even if we break now, we can start at 11:15.
Yes, my lady, it's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you are reminded that you are still under oath. As I've indicated yesterday, you need not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you have finished testifying. The court will take a tea adjournment and will resume at 11:15. Thank you very much.
Okay, Judge.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please your ladyship.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. As
The
please
witness
court, my
is
lady.
reminded that
I'm ready.
the witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
As please the court, my lady. My questions to this witness, my lady, they are gonna be around the following issues. Number one, I'm going to be asking this question about her working relationship with my client, Ms. Matloli Defnindlovu. Number two, I'm also going to be asking her about her sending the CCRC MD team to different life Esidimeni facilities to different life Esidimeni facilities during the life Esidimeni project. I will further ask her about the issue of the list that she testified before this court, which was also confirmed by my client, that she was requested by the witness before this court to compile a list, which was eventually used to discharge patients who were discharged to Siabadinga. And yes. I will also ask her about the issue of the assessment of those patients and the eventual discharge of those patients to Siabadinga. And lastly, I will ask her about the issue of the patients who were discharged to Anchor.
Yes, but then the issue of the relationship between her and your client, Ms. Stephanie Matloli Ndlovu, how does it assist this inquest court? It will assist this inquest court in this way, my lady, that in her statement, the witness indicated that she instructed the team to go to Life Esidimeni to fetch patients. But then my client's version or my client's testimony before this court is that though the witness before this court was the CEO of CCRC during the Life Esidimeni project, she was not reporting directly to her. So my client was reporting to somebody else who gave her the instruction to go to Life Esidimeni facilities to do what she was supposed to do there. So my client, when she went to Life Esidimeni facilities, she was not directly instructed by the witness the witness before this court. Yes, my lady. All right, proceed. Let's hear. Yes, please, the court, my lady. Mrs. Nyatlu, I hope maybe you know my name by now, but I'm Advocate Munjalere. I'm representing Mrs. Matloli Defnindlovu. You were working together at CCRC during the Life Esidimeni project. Am I correct?
That is correct, Counsel.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions, as I've already explained before this court, on the type of questions that I'm going to be asking you. So my first question to you, it will need me to refer you to your amended statement. And my lady, that will be page 37553. In the case line. Line number 6 to 12. Miss Nyatlu, I will.
Just a second. 37553.
Yes, my lady. I will request the witness, my lady, to go through line 6 to 12, and when she's done, she can just let me know.
Which paragraph is that?
It's paragraph 9.1. My apologies, my lady.
She can read the whole paragraph, that's fine.
Okay, yes, please, the court, my lady.
Council, I have read the paragraph.
Just a second. Yes, you may proceed, Ms. Ndirana.
As please the court, my lady. Mrs. Nyatlo, my client agrees that or that she has testified before this court that she was a member of CCRC MDT, and that she was one of those who also went to live Esidimeni facilities during the live Esidimeni project. However, she denies what you have indicated in your statement as far as her is concerned, that she went there to live Esidimeni or she was sent to live Esidimeni facilities to fetch patients. What is your comment to that?
What does she deny?
She's denying that she was sent to live Esidimeni she's denying that as a member of CCRC MDT that she was sent to live Esidimeni to fetch patients.
Okay.
What is your comment to that, Ms. Nyatu?
Council, my comment is that CCRC MDT, which includes the social worker, who is a most important part of the MDT, was sent to live Esidimeni to first patient.
All right. My client has testified before this court, Mrs. Matloli Defninglo. She has testified before this court that during, or rather, she has testified that she was not reporting directly to you when she was working at CCRC. She was reporting directly to one Mr. Nkwitini Mabaso.
Miss?
Nkwitini Mabaso. What is your comment to that?
Mr. Mabaso was reporting directly to me.
But do you agree that she, just a second?
As a social worker, maybe I can
just a second, ma'am.
Oh.
I'm going to give you the time, Mr. Shabangu.
As a court, please, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Shabangu.
As a court, please, my lady. My objection into this line of questioning, my lady, goes down to the issue of relevance, my lady. Whether Ms. Defninglo was reporting to Ms. Nyadlu or to Mr. who is mentioned, what that does not assist this court in terms of the cause of death of this mental health care users, my lady. So therefore, my lady, I submit that this question should not be allowed.
Ms. Minjeran?
As my lady, I don't understand the basis of Malinat colleague's objection. Maybe what Advocate Shabangu should do is just to give me some time, allow me to continue with my questioning, because he does not know where I'm going with this questioning. His client, or rather the witness before this court, indicated in a statement that she sent or that she dispatched CCRC MDT members to live Esidimeni to fetch patients, and she also repeated the same thing now during my cross-examination, that my client, as a member of MDT CCRC, was also sent to fetch patients. So what I'm trying to show this court with my cross-examining along these lines is that, as my client was not reporting directly to the witness before this court, the witness before this court is not the one who instructed her directly that she must go to LE. So the message that Mrs. Matloli Daphne Ndlovu should go to Life Esidimeni facilities, it came from the CEO, but through the supervisor. So the supervisor is the one who explained to Mrs. Matloli Daphne Ndlovu that you are to go, that she is to go to Life Esidimeni facilities and do 1, 2, 3, 4. So based on that, my lady, I submit that
going to assist this the fact that she was sent either by this by the CEO or the supervisor of hers or the person she was directly reporting to. How is it taking us to the question of causation?
It will take us, my lady, to the question of causation, because before Advocate Shabangu raised his objection, I was about to refer the Honorable Court and the witness before this court to the statement of my witness where she elaborated the way she explained the reasons why she was sent to Life Esidimeni, which is completely different, my lady, to the reasons which are stated and by Ms. Nyatlu in her statement. Yes, please, the court, my lady.
I don't think you've answered me, but so far, let me just hear you, and then I'm going to stop you if I'm not satisfied.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Okay, let me allow you now. Thank you. Proceed.
Ms. Nyatlu, I'm going to refer you to page 37484, paragraph 4. That is the corrections or the notes of Mrs. Matloli Daphne Ndlovu.
Yeah.
Please read that paragraph 37484. Kindly read line 1, 2, 3. Yes, please read line 1 to 7. And let me know when we're done.
Which is it? The top paragraph?
Yes, my lady. Paragraph 4, line 1 to 7, I think. Yes, please.
She can start with let her read the whole of this paragraph that appears on page 37484.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Yes. Which paragraph?
Paragraph 4.
Is it paragraph 4?
Yes, my lady.
All right. Yeah, this is now very long, and she doesn't have an idea of what the statement of the previous paragraph of Ms. Ndlovu was, but I hope this will help her.
Are you done, Ms. Nyatlu?
No. It's too long.
Yet.
Let her read it. Are you done?
Not yet.
Yes,
my
please.
lady.
Yeah. Okay, continue.
I'm done, my lady.
Okay, continue.
As pleases the court, my lady. Mrs. Nyatlu, contrary to what you have just testified before this court now, My client has testified before this court, and as it also appears on a statement where I've just referred you now, that when the project started, when the project to move MXCUs from Life Esidimeni unfolded, she became involved as a social worker. And then you will see from this paragraph where I've just referred you that she was informed that she should go to Life Esidimeni facilities to collect ID books of the patients, addresses, and contact details of the families of the patients who were to be discharged from Life Esidimeni to CCRC. So what is your comment to that?
Council, my comment is that the social worker, Ms. Daphne Ndlovu, was part of the CCRC MDT. And the instruction which came from my office was for the whole of the MDT to go to Life Esidimeni to assist. I am not aware of the instruction that was given to Ms. Ndlovu of collecting IDs, and I was not aware of that instruction because she was supposed to work within the MDT.
Okay, so let's go back again, Mrs. Nyatlu, to page 37553 of your amended statement. As you have read it before, I would like you to concentrate on line number 10 to 12.
That is the line that starts with the purpose.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I've read the line.
Yes, even regarding this, my client has testified before this court that yes, she denies that she was sent to Life Esidimeni to assist the department officials who were placed at Life Esidimeni facilities in selecting suitable patients to be transferred to CCRC. She's denying what you have indicated in your statement. What is your comment to that?
That is incorrect. All the members of the MDT were sent to Life Esidimeni to assist.
How were you expecting them to assist?
They were supposed to go to Life Esidimeni to assist in selecting the patients that were coming to us.
Yes, but Ms. Nyatlu, you cannot say it is not correct because my client's version is that she did not participate in that. So were you at Life Esidimeni facilities with members of the MDT team?
Just a second before she responds, Mr. Nyatlu, Mr. Shabangu.
My lady, I've adopted the second surname.
If it's not the third one, I don't know.
Yes, my lady, last time I was Mr. Pichel.
I must just be careful. I shouldn't be calling you Mr. Munjerere, not long.
My lady, again, I have a problem with this line of questioning, my lady. My learned colleague, with due respect, she's now arguing with the client. The client has answered with the witness, my lady, correction, with the witness. The witness has answered, and my learned colleague now is further putting more information on the witness. Furthermore, my lady, again, the issue of relevance. how is this going to assist the court in terms of determining the causation, my lady?
Ms. Munjana?
As please the court, my lady, in terms of the Inquest Act, Section 16, this court at the end has
Can
to
you just
decide.
put your hand down, Mr. Shabangu? Yes.
This court at the end has to decide, amongst other things, if the death of the mental health care users was caused by an act or omission on the part of any other person amounting to an offense. So this is very much important for me that I should put before this court to show to this honorable court that my client was not in any way involved in any action or omission that might have contributed to the death of these mental health care users. If this court might find that by fetching them from life Esidimeni to NGOs like CCRC, to places like CCRC and other places, it contributed to the death of the mental health care users, my lady.
Yes, I saw there was a hand. I don't know whether that was Mr. Shabangu or anybody else. Okay, was it you, Mr. Shabangu?
Indeed, my dear, I think I was struggling to lower my hand.
I don't know. Is there anything that you want to add so that the court can rule on this?
I'm the court's hand, my lady.
Okay.
Ms.
Mjela, from the question that you have asked, the witness has already answered. So I don't understand what more do you want from her, because she indicated that the reasons why the MDT went there. So what you want to know more is whether she was present there.
Exactly, my lady. That's my point.
Is it really necessary?
It's necessary, my lady. She said the witness answer, my lady, was that
she should have assisted within the confines of the MDT. She said Ms. Ndlovu was supposed to work within the confines of the MTD, but now I'm asking myself, why then continue to say, was she present there? Okay, she can just answer and when we lay to rest.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
The witness can come back. Yes, can you just close that and then we move?
Ms. Nyatlu, I asked you earlier on, before you went off screen, as to whether were you with members of MDT Kalinen when they visited these life Esidimeni facilities? Were you there?
I was not member of the MDT.
Were you there?
Council, but I was not there.
So you did not see what each one of them was doing there when they were at those life Esidimeni facilities. Am I correct?
Yes, I am not aware of whether they were given different mandates. All I know is that they were dispatched as members of MDT to do the duties of that team.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, but
so I was not aware of any other mandate except that.
But my question to you, Ms. Nyatlu, is that because you were not there, you did not see what roles did each one of them played, including my client, Mrs. Matloli Ndlovu, when they were there at Life Esidimeni. Am I correct?
I was not expecting them to do any other thing but to do what they were required to do within the MDT.
Can we close the matter? It has been answered. Thank you. Proceed.
As please the court, my lady. So you are not, I put it to you that you are not in a position to can dispute that Matloli did not assist the officials of the Department of Health in selecting patients at Life Esidimeni facilities. Am I correct? Because you were not there.
This is the first time that it has come to my knowledge. I was not aware. I thought she went there as member of the MDT to do what they were supposed to do. If she has not done what she was supposed to do, this is the first time that it comes to my knowledge.
But ma'am, you are not answering my question. I'm saying to you that because you were not there, you cannot deny that Mrs. Matloli Daphne Ndlovu did not participate in assisting the Department of Health officials in selecting patients who were to be discharged to CCRC.
Ms. Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. The witness already answered this question, and this can be argued at the end of the term.
Thank you. Ms. Ndlovu, I've already ruled on the issue. That is why you see more hands. I've already ruled, and you keep on persisting.
Oh,
yes. I mean, the witness said she wasn't there. Full stop. Then it's a matter for argument. Why should you carry on?
As please,
yes.
As please, the court, my lady. My apologies. I did not hear that.
But I've long said that I gave a ruling, and then you proceeded. You came the same way. Okay.
Sorry, my apologies for that.
All right. The witness is not yet back. Yes, you may continue.
Ms. Nyatlo, I'm going to refer you to page 37486. And I will request you to look at line 10 to 24.
I would like which paragraph are we talking about here?
My lady, this will be
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Yes, my lady, it will be paragraph 3 from, yeah, it will be paragraph 3 from line.
Do you see that, Mrs. Nyatlo?
When we arrived, yes, I am there.
Yes, can you read there? And please let me know when you are done.
I'm done, my lady.
Thank you.
So, Mrs. Nyatlo, do you see from this statement, which is the same thing that my client, Ms. Matloli Ndlovu, has already testified before this court, that contrary to what you are saying before this court, that she went there to fetch patients and to assist the Department of Health officials. This is what transpired when she was at the Life Esidimeni facilities in Randfontein. And same also applies to Waverley. The same thing happened like this. It happened like this.
Just before the witness responds, okay, just complete your question first.
So I would like you to comment on this, Ms. Nyatlo.
Okay, can I hear Ms. Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. The witness already testified she wasn't there. I don't see how she can comment on the statement.
Thank you. Ms. Munjera?
I'm referring the witness to the statement so that she must be informed, or the perception that she was having, as she has already considered before this court, that she was not there at Life Esidimeni facilities with CCRC MDT member was wrong, that the truth is what is contained in this statement. She just have to consider, okay, this is true, or I can see what actually happened. Yes, please,
yes, Ms. Marriott, do you want to add anything to what you have said?
Nothing to add. Thank you, my lady.
Yeah, Ms. Munjera? This is a matter for argument. The witness has already testified. If you feel, I mean, you are still repeating, she has already said she wasn't there. So you can take the matter for, you can just take the matter for argument. Thank you. The witness can come back.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Okay, Ms. Nyatlu, I'll put it to you that my client has testified before this court that when she and other MDT members of CCRC went to Waverley, she went straight to the office of the social worker called Mandisa. My apologies, my lady. I know that the court has ruled already that the witness has said she was not there, but I just want the witness to know that even at Waverley, when CCRC MDT arrived there, my client was not with other members of the CCRC MDT team, but she was with social workers collecting identity documents. Yes, please, the court, my lady. Can you comment, Ms. Nyat?
Counsel,
Yes, just before you say anything, just Ms. Marriott.
My lady, once again, the witness testified she was not present. She cannot comment on anything that my colleague wants her to comment on. She does not know.
Yes, Ms.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I don't understand the objections of Miss Marriott with due respect. If my lady, if the witness does not know, the witness is here. She will be able to say, I don't know. So she must just, Miss Marriott must just let the witness to answer. If she does not know, my lady, she's here, she's able to talk. She will say, no, I don't know.
Ms. Marriott, the witness has testified that she wasn't there, isn't it? And she further indicated that she was not aware about what you are saying. The statement that you are reading from the witness statement, she was not aware of what the witness did, what Ms. Ndlovu did, whether it was in Waverley, whether it was in Randfontein, right? Because according to her, her office instructed the team of the MDT to go and do what was instructed of them, which is to go and fetch the patients. And she went on to say she had expected her to work within the confines of MDT. So you are not going to get something more than any answer. She has already responded. So this is a matter for argument. Continue.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Oh, all right. Mrs. Nyatu, I'm going to refer you to page 40723 in the case line. This is the testimony of Mrs. Zanele Butelo, and no, the testimony of Mrs. Cynthia Sinello.
Which one is it? 243.
What is the page again, please?
40723.
23. 7.
Line 1 to 19. Are you there, Ms. Nyatu?
I'm still reading.
Please let me know when you are done.
Okay. Up to which line?
Until line 19.
19. Okay. I've finished. Thank you.
Yes, that was the cross-examination. That was the cross-examination of Miss Cynthia
And
Sinello.
can you just wait for the court?
Yes, please, court, my lady. My apologies for that.
Okay, continue.
Miss Nyatlu, you will see from this testimony of Miss Sinello before this honorable court that indeed Mrs. Matloli Daphne Ndlovu, when they were at life Esidimeni facilities, she did not assess any patient. According to the evidence of Miss Sinello, the nurses from CCRC, they are the one who did the assessment on the patients. Do you have any comment on that?
I was not aware of this.
Okay.
Yeah, Miss Merritt, I'm sorry, Miss Merritt's hand was up, and I was also asking myself, still processing. Let me hear her, but I was still processing the issue as to whether social workers also assess patients. But all right, let me hear her.
My lady, the witness already testified or provided an answer, but my objection was similar to the previous one.
Okay, thank you. The court will note all that. The witness has already answered. Yes, continue.
Please, the court, my lady. Just a sec, my lady. My apologies for that. I just want to check my notes here. Miss Nyatlu, I'm going to refer you to page 37550.
Oh, is that one? Okay. Yes.
A paragraph?
Paragraph 7.2, my lady. My apologies for that.
This is whose statement now?
Is Miss Nyatlu, is Miss Nyatlu's amended statement, my lady.
Okay.
Can you please read that paragraph and let me know when you're done?
I'm done, my lady.
Thank you.
Okay. Miss Nyatlu, you indicated in the statement that you asked Ms. Daphne Ndlovu to provide you with a list of all the patients that could technically be discharged to their home or to their NGO. You confirm that, right?
Not in the statement. Say it's not in the statement.
It is page 37550, paragraph 7.2, where I've just asked you to read.
Which page did you read, Ms. Nyatlu? Just look at page 37550, paragraph 7.2.
I read an incorrect a paragraph. Sorry about that, my lady.
Are you on the correct
37
page?
Yes, 37550, paragraph 7.2.
Yes, just look at 7.2.
Okay, I'm there, my lady. I've completed reading the paragraph, my lady.
Yes, what is the question?
The question was, you have indicated in this statement, or you have indicated in this paragraph, my apologies, my lady, that you asked Ms. Matlodi Defnindlovu to compile a list of patients who could technically be discharged to Siabadinga. She has also testified before this court to this effect. Agreeing with you that you did ask her to provide you or to prepare the list. Can you tell this court as to what was the purpose of that particular list?
What was the
purpose of the list, my lady?
But then, okay. Yes, Ms. Natlu.
The purpose, as it is indicated there, was to have this list so that we could see, or the institution could have to have information about of the patient that could be technically discharged or that are technically discharged at that moment. That was the purpose.
Okay. So it was your intention or your plan to discharge the people on that particular list. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. After she has given you that list, what happened to it?
The list of that was given was given to submitted to MDT to assess the patients. That could be sent to the review board so that they can be finally discharged to Siabadinga.
Okay, before we go to the issue of assessment, let's go to the issue of the periodic review reports that you have indicated here in your statement. My client has testified before this court and she denied, under cross-examination by your counsel advocate Shabangu, she denied that she was requested to use periodic review reports in compiling the list. What's your comment to that?
Counsel, I'm not sure about the denial, but I know as a social worker, he's supposed to use this information as part of the MDT.
She has testified
because
this
review reports are very
Just
important.
give the witness the chance to give evidence, Ms.
Yeah, these review reports are very important because these are the reports that show who has come into the institution and who is due to be discharged. So these are very important. There's no way that as a social worker you cannot work with review reports.
She has testified before this court that as a social worker, she had nothing to do with periodic review reports. Those were things of the medical doctors.
I'm afraid
what is your comment to
that? Counsel, that is not true.
Just hold it there, please. Continue.
I will leave that one for argument, my lady. She has also testified before this court that, she has also testified before this court that it is not true that you requested her to scrutinize the documents.
To scrutinize.
As indicated in your statement, she said this is incorrect.
I don't have any comment because to compile that list, you have to scrutinize the documents.
You have to you have to comment if you don't agree with the statement, right? And explain as to why. Unless if you don't know what to say, then you don't just say I can't comment while there was something that you wanted to say.
Yes, my lady.
So do you have any comment on that?
She has already responded. She has responded. Continue.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Her testimony before this court is to the effect that you told her to use the admission criteria in reverse in compiling this list. Do you have any comment on that?
I don't have any comment, counsel.
All right. So when you say you don't have any comment, are you so? What do you mean by that?
Are you agreeing with the statement or are you disagreeing?
I'm not agreeing with the statement because I don't even have an idea what that means.
But you must explain if you don't understand a question. If you say you don't disagree because you don't know what that means, where does it take us? We're not going to follow properly your evidence. You must indicate if you agree with the statement, you say I agree. If you don't agree, you don't agree. And obviously there should be a reason why you do not agree. Otherwise, one is not going to follow your evidence properly, Ms. Nyatlo. You are not here for the sake of being here. You are here to assist the court. We were not there when all these things happened. You were the CEO of this institution. You must provide this inquest court with whatever information that is within your knowledge, right? In order to assist it to arrive at a proper decision at the end of the day. Yes, what is the response to this question? If you can ask the question again, Ms. Munjere.
My question, my lady, to the witness was that my client's version before this court is that you told her, Ms. Nyatlo, to use the admission criteria in reverse in compiling the list. And I said, what is your comment to that?
Is that correct? Do you agree or disagree with the statement?
I do not agree with the statement, my lady.
I'm going to refer you to...
According to you, this is not true.
This is not true, my lady.
Continue. Ms. Munjerala, you are too harsh to the witness. And you just leave the witness to answer and then proceed. You don't give the witness time to answer your questions. At some stage, you speak simultaneously. I don't know.
My apologies, my lady. Okay, I'm gonna leave that aspect, my lady, for argument because the witness answer to my question, according to my client, is not correct. Okay. So I'm going to refer you, Ms. Nyatlo, to page 403, which is 403 in the case line.
Yes.
Which is her original statement, paragraph 7.
This is exhibit. Whose original statement, Ms. Nyatlo?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it will be, sorry, my lady. I think it will be exhibit HH1.
Oh, okay. 403.
Yes, my lady. Paragraph 7.
Is it the whole paragraph 7?
No, my lady, it will be line, sorry, my lady, for counting 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's fine. She can first read the whole paragraph.
From line 10, my lady.
Yes, she can read the paragraph and then she will go back to line 10.
My lady?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interject and to disturb my learned colleague in his examination. My lady, paragraph 7 is being amended. It's now on a new amendment, my lady. It was amended entirely, my lady.
Did you look at the amendment, Ms. Mindera?
Yes, my lady, I had a look at the amendment, but then I wanted to find out from the witness, because this paragraph, my lady, or rather, yes, this paragraph and the lines that I've just referred this code to, they say exactly the same thing that I have just put to the witness and she said it's not correct. So I wanted to find out from the witness as to why as to whether did she remove this sentence or not, because it does not appear on the amended statement completely, whether it's still here on the original statement or not.
Okay, Mr. Shabango. Are you still there, or do you want the court to rule on the matter?
As the court pleases, my lady, the court can rule on the matter. I'm in the court end.
Okay. The question is allowed. Let the witness come back. Yes, you may proceed.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. From line 10 here, it reads, the patients that were discharged were the ones that...
Just a second, the witness must be afforded the opportunity to look at that whole paragraph, although we know that, according to Mr. Shabangu, that paragraph has been amended, but we just don't know what you're going to ask the witness. Let the witness go through the paragraph first.
Yes. Yes, please, the court.
I've read the line, my lady.
Did you read where the counsel has been referring to, or did you just finish reading the whole paragraph?
I read from where the counsel requested me to read the patients that were discharged. That was on my initial statement.
Okay.
So
yes.
My apologies, my lady, for interjecting when the court and the witness were still talking. But okay, I want to find out from you, Ms. Nyatlo, in this original statement.
Just a second, Ms. Mujera. Did you finish, Ms. Nyatlo? You were still explaining.
Yes, I just read that same line, my lady.
Okay. Continue, Ms. Mujera.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Ms. Nyatlo, in this original statement, you indicated that Ms. Daphne Ndlovu to identify the patients who are to be discharged as per the discharge criteria. But on the amended one, this sentence has been completely left out. So I'm sort of like a little bit confused as to what does this mean? Because this sentence that you have left out is completely the version of my client about what you told her to do, to use the discharge criteria, but she used the word admission criteria in reverse. Can you just clarify?
What is the question now?
The question is,
are you saying just for the court to understand? Because you are saying so many things, and then you can at least sum that up in one line. Are you saying that this previous paragraph that has been amended on this statement, paragraph 7, are you saying that it has been confirmed, it is confirmed by your client's version?
Yes, please, the court.
Just tell her that And then explain it in more simpler terms so that she can understand.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Miss Nyatlo, these lines that I've requested you to.
You said it's from line 10.
Line 10, my lady, to
Okay.
line 10 to 13. These lines that I've requested you to read, it is exactly the version of my client. And according to me, the way I see the amended
In other words,
statement.
it is the evidence that her client has already given to this court.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Yes. Remember, these are lay people. How do they know about versions? And that's why I said, please explain it in much clearer terms. Okay, continue.
This is exactly what my client, Mrs. Matlodi Defnindlovu, has told the court, that you have told her to compile a list using the admission criteria in reverse. And in these lines here, you have used the word discharge criteria, saying that you have asked her to compile the list using the discharge criteria.
Yes,
Counsel,
Mr.
in
Shaban,
both-
just a second, Ms. Nyatlo.
Okay.
As
Can
a
I
court, please, may
continue?
the witness step aside.
That's fine. You can just step aside. Ms. Nyatlo, thank you. Yes, Mr. Shabangu.
As a court, please, my lady, I have a problem with my colleague in this line of questioning because my Leonard colleague is confusing the evidence, my lady, because in this line that my Leonard colleague is referring the witness to, there's nothing that is mentioned in criteria in reverse, my lady. So I don't know where my Leonard colleague is referring to.
Yes, Ms. Mungerana.
As please the court, my lady, I have said that my client has testified that Mrs. Nyatlu instructed her to compile a list using the admission criteria in reverse. So, but I'm saying to Mrs. Nyatlu that in your original statement, she said she asked Mrs. Matlodi Defnindlovu to compile a list using the discharge criteria. To me, my lady, using the discharge criteria and using the admission criteria in reverse, under this context, my lady, to me, it is the same thing. Those admission criteria in reverse.
I'm just going to request you to put what is in the statement to the witness. Right? Just put the version that is on this statement to the witness so that we shouldn't be clouding it with some of the things that are not there. Right?
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Can the witness come back?
Okay. To make it easy for you, Mrs. Nyatlo, my question to you, it will be, do you agree, as per your statement here, that you have told Matlodi to use discharge criteria in compiling the list? Do you agree? As per your statement here, where you have just read.
My lady, taking note of the initial statement, yes, it is true. Even the second statement, but in both statements, there's no way that I mentioned something like admission criteria in reverse. I'm referring to discharge criteria in both statements.
Okay. So if you are agreeing with me that you did tell her to use discharge criteria in compiling the said list, can you tell the court what were those discharge criteria? What were those discharge criteria that you were supposed to use in compiling the list?
In other words, the question it's if I understand it better, I don't know. I'm just trying to assist you, but I'm not sure where you are going with this. She wants to know as to what did you have in mind with regard to the criteria of discharging those patients. Does that capture it properly, Ms. Munjerel?
No, my lady. What I'm actually saying to the witness, as he has agreed that she instructed Ms. Matloli Daphne Ndlovu to use the discharge criteria. So can she tell the court what were those criteria? She must just list them.
Yes, what criteria did she have in mind?
Oh, yes, okay.
Yes.
I'm with the court now. Explain the court.
Mr. Before the witness answers, Mr. Shabangu is there.
As a court, please, my lady. Again, the witness has testified that she was not dealing physically with the patient. And number two, my lady, the witness, she was not a member of MDT team. Now, for my learned colleague to ask the witness to answer this question is unfair to this witness, my lady, because she said no way at a professional level to know what the MDT discharge criteria is, my lady, as the court pleases.
Thank you. Ms. Mujera.
As pleases the court, my lady. The question that I've asked to the witness, it has nothing to do with the witness being a member of the MDT. This is all about the witness being the head of CCRC, knowing what criteria does their institution uses, my lady, to discharge patients, knowing what criteria her institution, my lady, uses to admit patients. It does not, with due respect, my lady, require her to have been a member of the MDT, my lady.
Right, can we hear you? Let me allow this question, Ms. Nyatlu. Just answer what you know. If you don't know, you don't know. Just continue.
My lady, as the head of the institution, I rely on recommendation by the MDT in terms of the discharge, whether a patient should be discharged or not. I merely rely on their recommendation.
Okay. Continue.
Before we go to the issue of recommendations, Mrs. Nyatlu, what were the criteria of discharge, of discharging patients from your institution?
Do you know?
An MDT is the team that is placed, obviously, to check on the progress of the patient and to make recommendations. So on my own, I cannot discharge a patient without their recommendations. Obviously, when you look at the admission criteria, it will tell you the ones that is on page 37546. It will tell you what are the admission criteria. Then it will tell you obviously which patients are outside the admission, who have maybe overstayed their in the institution. And they will recommend, as the patient is making progress in every aspect, that rehabilitation should take place. Because in the MDT, the sitting allows that form of discussion to take place. And so as to make a recommendation to the CO that this patient is due to go home or go to an NGO. So I rely on their recommendation.
Ms. Nyatlu, so did you have admission criteria in black and white written down?
We did not have an admission criteria, but we had to follow well, we did not have the discharge criteria, but we had the admission criteria as stated by the Mental Health Act. 2012.
Okay, so so I put it to you that the version of my client is correct. That she said to you that we do not have admission criteria, we do not have discharge criteria. So how is she going to compile that list? And you told her to use the discharge criteria in reverse. What you are saying is just confirming a version. Do you agree?
That's not correct.
Why?
Just a second. Continue.
My lady, I will leave this for argument because she has considered that she does not have discharge criteria in black and white. The only thing the institution had, it was admission criteria. And when I put it to her, she's saying no. So I'm not gonna take this issue further, my lady. I will proceed to the next question. Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Thank you. Yes.
Just a sec, my lady, as I go through my notes. Mrs. Nyatlu, can you tell this honorable court? Or rather, let me phrase my question differently. Do you agree with me that you were not bound by the list which was compiled by Daphne Ndlovu, you as the CEO of the institution, her being the social worker? Do you agree?
I do not agree.
Why? Can you tell the court why? Why do you say that?
Because the recommendations would come from the MDT, not from just the list.
That's all did then. Yes.
Ms. Nyatlu, are you saying that as the Chief Executive Officer of CCRC, you cannot overrule the decisions or the recommendations made by the MDT or any of its members?
No, I could not.
Why was that so?
Because they would make their case, I mean, a recommendation to me. And if obviously I don't have medical background, it was very difficult for me to counter their recommendation. So I relied on their recommendations. If they say these are our recommendation as MDT, I had no choice to recommend otherwise, because I don't have medical background.
So everything that they say to you, you just say yes.
Council,
just hold it there.
I want to believe that I am dealing with professional people.
Miss Nyatlu, before Mr. Shabangu objects, I was trying to stop you. Miss Ndlovu and Miss Mjerere, the question has been answered. Can we move on, please?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Yes, please, the court. Mrs.
Was
Nyatlu,
that your objection, Mr. Shabangu?
As the court, please, my lady, that was my objection.
Thank you.
Yes, please,
The witness can come back.
Miss Nyatlu. Oh, sorry. Miss Nyatlu, can we go to page 37551?
Page
37551, my lady. Paragraph 7.4.
Paragraph
7.4. Can you please go through that paragraph and let me know when you are done?
I'm done, my lady.
Just a second. Yes. Continue, Ms. General.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Miss Nyatlu, my client has testified before this court that she was never involved in assessing patients at CCRC or anywhere like Life Esidimeni. As a social worker, she was never involved in assessing patients, contrary to what you have indicated in the statement, because you did not, you basically spoke about the entire CCRC MDT. So what would be your comment to that?
Counsel, according to my knowledge, MDT is composed of the medical practitioner, the nursing staff, the physiotherapist, occupational therapist, and a social worker. They both sit to review the patients. So I am not aware that a social worker will dissociate herself and stay away from this duty.
Yeah, yes, Ms. Nyatlu, but my client's version is that assessing patients was not one of your duties as a social worker. That evidence, it is before this court.
Yes, Ms. Merritt.
Lady, this witness, thank you. The witness already answered
Can
this
the witness
question.
step aside, Ms. Nyatlu?
The witness already answered this question, and it's my respectful submission. I do not see the relevance pertaining to the line of questioning relating to causality, my lady.
Yes, Ms. Minjerana?
Ms. Nyatlu has answered the issue of assessment at Life Esidimeni, not at CCRC. So my learned colleague, Ms. Marote, has got it completely wrong. And the issue of relevancy is about what this court has to decide at the end of the inquest. Amongst other things, if any person, amongst other things, the court will have to make a finding as to whether any person by their act or omission were responsible for the death of the mental health care users, my lady. So this question, with due respect, I submit it is relevant.
But even then, whether, well, I'm not yet there, but the first question, the first thing is, are you saying she has not yet answered? Are you saying she has not yet answered a question that had to do with her assessment of patients? As far as I recall, that question was asked and it has been answered. She at the beginning when you started, there was an issue you raised with regard to her assessing patients. I even said, are you saying that a social worker assesses patients?
My lady, that was assessment at Life Esidimeni facilities. There were two assessments which were done at Life Esidimeni facilities and at CCRC before patients were discharged to Siabading. So the first one, sorry, my lady, The first one, yes, the first one that I spoke about, it was the assessment at life Esidimeni facilities. And this one that I'm talking about now is the one that the witness herself has indicated in her statement in page 3751, paragraph 7.4, of when the patients were about to be discharged to Siabadinga. So I was sort of like trying to show to this court that even this second assessment, my client was not involved.
Yes, but then the issue of relevance then. Where does it take us this? Because I can understand that you are trying to put the version of your client, but most of the things, she was not there. Are you saying she didn't have anything to do with the assessment of patients, even at CCRC?
Exactly, my lady.
Yes, but
that is their testimony before this court.
Yes, I hear that. But then the issue then is the issue of relevance, whether she assessed patients at live at CCRC or not. How does that assist this in dealing with the issue of relevance?
It assists
or the issues that are before court.
It assists this court, my lady, in the sense that because some of these patients who were eventually discharged to Siabadinga, they ended up dying there at Siabadinga. They were discharged there being sickly. Some were not actually mobile, if my recollection is correct, my lady. So I'm showing this court that she was not part and parcel of that problem that was done when the patients who were not supposed to have been discharged to Siabadinga were actually discharged, my lady.
Can I hear Ms. Marriott before I go to Mr. Shabangu? Ms. Marriott, in reply.
Well, I have nothing further to add.
Yes, Mr. Shabangu, did you want to raise something else?
As the court pleases, my lady, I just want to raise the issue that the witness is referring to the MDT team, my lady, as a whole. Now, my
according to the statement, the witness is not specifically referring to her as a social worker. I saw that.
As a court please,
but she wants to emphasize the fact that she was not there. She was not part of the assessment. Even her duties as a social worker didn't have anything to do with the assessment of patients, the way I understand it.
As a court please, my lady, and the answer remains the same, my lady. And my little colleague keeps on pushing this, and the answer remains the same.
Yes, okay. Yeah, but I don't know where we're going with this. Let me hear what the witness will say, and then we close it. Miss
Thank you, my lady. I am not aware of when the duties of a social worker was were withdrawn from time to time. As I was I did not give effect to that. Okay. I can safely say when you go to Life Esidimeni and you are part of the MDT, you are supposed to do your duties. When you are at CCRC, you are supposed to do your duties. You don't choose when to not be part of MDT.
Okay.
That's how it worked. You are part, you are appointed, and you are part of the MDT. As the MDT sits to assess the patient, you become part of that discussion. So it doesn't work like I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out. So if the patient or the Miss Daphne decided to, I'm in, I'm out, I wasn't aware of that because that was never reported to me.
If you understand your response, assessment of patients fell within her duties yes. As part of the MDT.
MDT.
Okay, can we
That's
close
correct,
it?
My lady.
Can we just close it at that? It's a matter for argument. She doesn't agree with your client. Yes.
Yes, please, the court.
You don't always get the answers that you want. So let's proceed. I hope we are not going to be involved in the same question again. Let's proceed.
As please the court, my lady. With due respect, the same paragraph 7.4, page 37551, it says, I then signed the discharge forms for the patients to be discharged to Siabadinga NGO is recommended by the MDT. Can you tell this court, Ms. Nyatlu, as to what was the recommendation by the MDT regarding those patients?
My lady, I do not understand the question.
What is the question, Ms. Mjere? I just want to go and look at the paragraph. You say on this paragraph, if I may, she says, I then signed the discharge forms for patients to be discharged to Siabadinga as recommended by MDT.
Yes.
Then
So
what is the question?
the question is, what was the recommendation which was made by the MDT regarding those patients?
Yes, Ms. Nyatlu. She wants to know what is it that the recommendation that you're talking about here.
I don't understand the question, my lady. But I may say that if the MDT say this patient can be discharged to an NGO, then it will mean I will take that as a recommendation.
Okay. Now, in this paragraph, you are saying CCRC MDT inspected the 4 newly renovated wards before patients were to be discharged to Siabadinga NGO, and they were satisfied with the conditions. Before patients could be discharged to Siabadinga, they were assessed by the CCRC MDT. I then signed the discharge forms for patients to be discharged to Siabadinga as recommended. I think the answer lies here, Ms. She says, I then signed the discharge forms for patients to be discharged to Siabadinga as recommended by MDT. I don't know. That's how I understand it. I don't know, Ms. Mujere. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Can we move?
As please the court, my lady. Ms. Nyatlu, can you tell the court who discharged these 73 patients? Who discharged them to Siabadinga?
Do you know?
Do you know?
My lady, I'm not too sure, as my statement is very clear that I was the one who discharged as recommended by the MDT.
You okay?
And I have said before, I relied on the recommendations.
Okay.
Yes, but I want you to be clear. So you are the one who discharged these 73 patients to Siabadinga.
But it's in the statement, as the witness has stated. It's just where I have read. She said, I discharged as recommended. That is what she's saying now. We keep on repeating things that are clear in the statements. And this doesn't say that the court said it's alluding to the fact that one shouldn't clarify the statement. But statements should be clarified where the clarification is necessary.
As please the court. So when you discharge these 73 patients to Siabadinga, did you satisfy yourself about the place where these patients were going, or that the place is fit for human habitation and all the necessary things that are required for mental health care users are there, including the health care
There is a hand
workers.
here before you respond. There is a hand here. Ms. Merritt?
My lady, the court already read into record what the statement is indicating, and it stated that they were satisfied with the condition of the premises where the patient should be placed out. I don't see why Mrs. Mjerere is asking the witness to repeat the evidence on the statement.
Sure. Ms. Mjerere?
The objection by my learned colleague is somehow not necessary or maybe to say ill-conceived, because I'm not asking the MDT. I'm asking Mrs. Nyatu herself as the head of the institution. She has a responsibility.
Satisfied herself after the
yes.
recommendation.
After she has received the recommendation.
I understand the question. Ms. Merritt?
I have nothing further to add, my lady.
Yeah, because if you look at the statement, it says the MDT was satisfied about, if I may go back.
Yes, my lady. First line, my lady.
They inspected the newly renovated wards before patients were to be discharged to Siabadinga, and they were satisfied. And then they assessed, and then she goes on to say she signed the discharge forms to be discharged, for the patients to be discharged as recommended by the MDT. Now she wants to know as to whether, after seeing the recommendation, did she also satisfy herself as to the conditions of the place where they were going to be discharged? Was that your question?
Yes, my lady.
But still, yes, I don't see the relevance for this question, because the witness on ample opportunities indicated that she worked on the recommendation of the MDT. She doesn't have any medical background or anything like that. Correct. She worked on the recommendation of that. So I don't see the relevance for this question. We are running in circles the whole time.
Ms. Monjera?
What my colleague is saying is not correct, my lady. I don't know if she just does not want me to ask questions, but her objections sometimes are uncalled for and unnecessary.
Is it not what the witness said, to say that she doesn't have a medical background, she doesn't assess patients, but she relies on a recommendation by the MDT?
My lady, the witness before this court was the chief executive officer of the institution. She's before court today. She has to be accountable of her actions at the time when she was the CEO. So she's here to assist this court by answering questions. So Advocate Marriott must not be blocking questions every time when I'm asking questions. She's raising unnecessary objections, my lady, because I'm asking the witness herself in her capacity, my lady, as the chief executive officer, that did she satisfy herself? Did she go there? If everything that's supposed to be in place in the institution where she's discharging her patients to is there, if everything is in order.
Thank you, Mr. Pinar.
Yes,
I've noted you. Mr. Pinar, I've seen you have raised your hand.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, with all due respect to my learned friend, I've been listening, and I'm saying this with due respect, ad nauseum to cross-examination which has been presented in vacua. It has not been founded with reference to any specific mental health care user that was discharged. There may have been merit, with all due respect, in the cross-examination, if it could be there was a nexus between a specific mental health care user or users that were discharged, which should not have been discharged and who had subsequently demised, then there would have been a nexus, my lady, and maybe it could have been construed to comply with the provisions of Section 16 of the Inquest Act 58 of 1959 as amended. And maybe just for sake of clarity, my lady, may I be permitted to quote Section 16 of the Inquest Act 58 of 1959, specifically Section 16 subsection 2, which reads, "The judicial officer holding an inquest shall record a finding upon the inquest A as to the identity of the deceased person. B, as to the cause or likely cause of death. C, as to the date of death. And D, as to whether the death was brought about by any act or omission prima facie involving or amounting to an offence on the part of any person. And then lastly, subsection 3, if the judicial officer is unable to record any such finding, she shall record that fact. But my lady, the crux of the matter is, it refers to the inquest into the cause of death of a person or a particular person. Here we've been listening to cross-examination, which has not been in any manner connected to any of the deceased for whom this Honourable Inquest Court has been instituted and for whom or for the inquest is continuing. All these questions, with all due respect, my lady, because if I listen, and I say this with respect to my learned friend, to her responses to the objections is simply, it's a long explanation which amounts to legal argument, which can be presented at the end of the proceedings, my lady. That's not the purpose of cross-examination. And cross-examination is not to be conducted in vacua. It must be conducted with reference to a specific issue regarding the purpose of the inquest as set forth in Section 16 of the Inquest Act. But at no stage has any mention been made that deceased, and I'm just putting it hypothetically now, A, B, C or D had been discharged, should not have been discharged. And that my learned friend's client, the social worker, Ms. Ndlovu, says that is as a result of Ms. Nyatlu's lack of proper supervision as CEO. Such statement has never been made. It cannot be made, my lady, because there is no such evidence was even presented by Ms. Ndlovu. So therefore, the cross-examination we've been subjected to now, my lady, with all due respect, hangs in the air. It's completely in vacua. And therefore, then it's not relevant, my lady. And of course, if it's not relevant,
you've made your point. Can we? Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Pina.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Miss Munjarala?
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I don't agree with the submissions by my learned colleague, Advocate Pinar. Each council, my lady, they've got their own style. Each one has got his or her own style on how to conduct their cross-examination. I prepared my questions my own way in order to prove the issues that I felt they were necessary for the interest of my client. So I did not prepare my cross-examination in mind. I prepared my cross-examination in order to prove certain things for the interest of my client. And that is what I've been doing before this court. And then regarding the issue that I have not yet mentioned the name of the deceased person and all that. It is all about the style of the cross-examiner. That I have cross-examined in vacuum, I disagree completely. That the cross-examination was just on air throughout is not correct, unless if maybe he can tell me which questions were on air. Maybe I will understand. But I don't agree with the objections by Advocate Pinar. Maybe he has not been listening to my cross-examination from the beginning. He just joined now and then found me asking this particular question.
All All right, Mr. Pinar, I'm not going to give you a long time because the court is well aware of what the questions that Ms. Munjerere has asked. If you want to, do you want to reply just so that the court can rule on the matter?
My lady, in conclusion, shortly, in brief, all the issues that have been touched upon by my learned friend are collateral issues, and the answers that have been elicited are final. And there's no sense in continuing with cross-examination if it's with regard to collateral matters, because that does not assist this Honourable Inquest Court in the findings it has to make. And therefore, the cross-examination is in vacua, and I've been listening to this contentiously since the beginning of the cross-examination, which commenced just shortly after tea time, if I'm not mistaken. As the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you very much. Ms. Munjerere, this last question that you have asked, in all fairness, it doesn't, the court was asking you as to the relevance thereof, and I didn't get any answer from you regarding the relevance thereof, but I tried to, where it was necessary, I thought you were putting your version to the witness, but now, and I understand where Mr. Pinar comes from, because you are only talking about patients that were transferred to Siabadinga, discharged from CCRC to Siabadinga, but you are not specifically referring to a particular patient whom maybe one would say he died there, but you are just generalizing, all right? So the court kept on asking you regarding the relevance, and in some instances, most of the answers that were given by the witness were the same, even where you persisted with the questions. Given the fact that I see now it's about 4 minutes to 1 o'clock, I just want you to look at your questions, because we don't ask questions because we are instructed to ask questions. As counsel, not even a junior counsel, if I may, you know how to proceed. So when we come back, please let us look at questions that will assist the court in dealing with the issues that are before court.
I'm basically done, my lady, with my
Yes.
cross-examination, except for 2 questions. I think I'm left with 2 questions.
You want to finalize it now before we take the
Yes,
lunch
please.
adjournment? Okay, thank you. The witness can come back. Yes, you may proceed.
Miss Nyatule, let's go to page 37554. The last paragraph.
Which is the last paragraph
The one-
later?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, that is part of 9.3.
Yes. Sorry for that, my lady.
Yes.
From this paragraph, Mrs. Nyatlu, you indicated that Mrs. Manaka, or rather Sister Manaka, brought the discharge forms for you to sign for the patients who were selected to be discharged to Anchor. You agree, right?
Yes, I do agree.
Okay, so who discharged these patients from CCRC to Anchor?
This was by the instruction of Dr. Manamela.
But who? But we understand that it is by her instruction. You say you were not present when they were transferred.
Yes.
But the question is, who discharged them?
When the discharge form was handed to me to sign, the patients had already been discharged by the instruction of Dr. Manamela. So I was merely, after verifying with Dr. Manamela, I was just merely putting my signature there. But technically, Dr. Manamela would account how this instruction was given to the staff of CCRC.
I want to understand. I don't understand your answer. If you can assist me. You signed the discharge forms. What is the implication of signing the discharge form, if I may understand?
Like
ordinarily, what does it mean? Once does it mean that once you sign the discharge form, then you authorize the discharge?
In this case, my lady, the signing of the forms came after the patient had already been taken to CCRC by the instruction of Dr. Manamela.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. Continue, Ms. Mjera.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Mrs. Nyatlu, in your statement, you indicated that on the 10th of May 2016, you dispatched a CCRC MDT member to Life Esidimeni to fetch patients. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay, so if you can go to page 30257, to page 30. 30263.
263.
Yeah, but you can start from page 30257. Just peruse.
This is a new topic, isn't it? I'm going to request that the witness can look at this while we are on lunchtime. And then when we resume, then if I look at the document, obviously you're not going to have one question on this document.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I thought it was not going to take long, but it's fine.
But it's no longer going to be, isn't it? When I said we must take a lunch adjournment, you said you had one question, but I see now you are introducing something else now.
I'd say two, my lady, but yeah, okay. It's fine.
All right. I think this is the opportune time for us to take a lunch adjournment. The witness is warned. I've been warning you. Now you are familiar with what I always say to you, Mr. Nyath. Do you understand, Mrs. Nyath?
I understand, my lady.
Okay. You are therefore warned that you should not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you finish testifying. The court will resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Answer conclusions.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Miss Mjerere?
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
My lady, I would just want this witness just to confirm that she did send the MDT team to Life Esidimeni facilities on the other days mentioned in this document that I'd referred the witness earlier on. From there, my lady, I'm not gonna pursue anything further.
When we adjourned for lunch, you had just referred the witness to this pages 30257 to 30263.
Yes,
So
my lady.
she has gone through those statements.
Yes, please, the court.
But now my question is the fact you want to find out from her what she did. She signed the.
I want her to
Can I request
confirm.
Dr. Manamela? We don't want to see you, please. Mr. Makani?
As the court, please, my lady, I'll call her now.
This is going to distract our proceedings. It appears they're struggling now they must just switch the camera off. This person, we don't know who he is. He's now sitting under the banner of Dr. Manamela. He must just remove himself from there. We don't want to see him. Yes, continue. What is it that you want to know from the witness? Or you can just ask the question, we'll hear what the question is so that we can determine if it is relevant or not. Yes.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Ms. Nyatlo, in your amended statement, you only spoke about the date of the 10th of May as the date that you have dispatched the CCRC MDT team to go to Life Esidimeni. Do you agree?
Yes. Yes, I do agree.
Yes, but if you look at this document that I've referred you earlier on immediately before the court adjourned, it speaks of other dates, like the 12th of May, the 17th May, the 19th May, the 24th May, and the 23rd of June, where CCRC MDT went to Life Esidimeni facilities to fetch patients. And according to this document, it is said they were going there as per your instruction.
Counsel, yes, I did dispatch the MDT to Life Esidimeni. Yeah. But I am not too sure about the dates because they were dispatched according to the dates that were planned for CCRC to go and fetch patients.
Yes, but what I'm saying to you, Ms. Nyato, is that from this document, if maybe you can have a look at page 30257. No, page 30258. Paragraph number 2. It says the CEO, Ms. Matsiliso Nyato, instructed the team to fetch 25 MHCUs from Life Esidimeni Wevele. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
So, do you agree that they went to Wevele on this day to fetch these mental health care users as per your instruction?
Counsel, The MDT, the CCRC MDT was supposed to go on days that were planned for us to fetch patients. But as I have indicated, I'm not too sure the source of information of this person who compiled this report, as it was compiled almost a year after I have left CCRC.
Yes, Miss.
Within your knowledge, even if you can't remember the dates.
Yes, my lady, I can confirm that if that date was the date that was indicated that we have to fetch patients, I have given that instruction for them to fetch the patients. I can safely say that.
Okay.
Okay, can you tell the court as to why did you do that?
What?
Why did she give them that instruction? Those
Why did
instructions
she give an instruction? But isn't
Why
it nowhere? I don't understand the question. I don't know. Mr. Shamangu?
As a court, Mrs. Malady, I also don't understand the question, but if the question is
Can the witness step aside?
If the question my colleague is asking is as to the purpose, the answer is there on the witness statement, my lady.
But what is your question, Miss Munjerer?
My question,
you
my
say,
lady,
why did she give the instruction?
For what reason? For what reason did she do that? I just wanted that to place on record, or this is the reason that caused her to dispatch CCRC MDT members to go to life Esidimeni facilities.
But that question, how does it assist me as the court? I don't.
The court, my lady. Please, the court.
I don't know where you're getting with this question.
Okay, no, it's fine.
Maybe you can assist me. Okay, just assist me for me to understand. Unless if you want to abandon it, but I'm getting lost. I don't know why you
I will
insist
abandon the
on such
question, my lady.
questions.
It's fine. I will abandon the question. Yes, please, the court.
All right, continue.
The witness is not yet back, my lady. I don't see the witness.
Okay.
Ms. Nyatlo, I'm going to refer you to this other document, which is on page 30282. It starts from page 30282.
And what is the page that you are referring the witness?
My lady.
What is the page number?
The page number is 30282.
I thought you said it started there. Okay.
Yeah, these other pages, my lady, it will depend on whether I will be allowed to proceed with my questioning, my lady.
Hey, Nelly, the laptop is far away, yeah? So I'm struggling now when I have this the one. Go on case line. All right. We're on page 30282. Is the witness there?
Yes, my lady.
All right. Continue, Ms. Munjere.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. It seems as if I've made an error here on the page. My apologies for that.
Correct it, please, so that we can move on.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. Okay. Without specifically referring this witness, my lady, to this particular document, I want to put it
So
to the
we should
witness.
leave this document. So you're not referring to
For
the
now,
document.
my lady, for now, yes. My apologies for that. Miss Nyatlu, these patients who were fetched from life Esidimeni facilities, or rather, yes, who were fetched from life Esidimeni facilities to CCRC. And some of them were eventually discharged to Anchor and Siabadinga. Are you aware that some of them died thereafter?
Yes, I was made aware.
What do you think might be the cause of their death? I know you are not a medical doctor, you did not do the post-mortem on them, but can you just tell me what do you think might be the cause of
What
their
does
death?
she think? She's now going to tell us what she thinks. And she's not an expert. She has not been called to come and testify as an expert.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Mr. Shabangu or raised a hand. Let me hear what he wanted to say.
As a court, Mrs. My lady, again, my lady, my problem with this line of questioning that the witness now is asked something that is beyond her expertise, and also in her statement, the witness has mentioned the answer to this question, my lady.
Thank you. I think I've dealt with that already. Okay, thank you. Continue, Ms. Munjera.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I think I will end here with my cross-examination.
Okay. Thank you very much. Before I check with Mr. Shabangu, if I can check with Mr. Makani. Mr. Makani, I know that you have cross-examined this witness, but I just want to check if there was anything with regard to your client that you want to deal with emanating from the cross-examination of Ms. Munjerero of this witness. If there is none, I'm going to then proceed to Mr.
My lady, there's only one statement that I wish to put to the witness.
Yes, I hope it's only in relation to the evidence that came after.
Yes, it's only in relation to that, my lady.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nyatlu.
Good afternoon, Counsel.
During cross-examination by Advocate Munjerere, you mentioned the issue of transfer of patients to Anchor. Dr. Manamela's instructions to that effect is that she did not give instructions for the mental health care users to be transferred to Anchor, as you have testified. That's what I'm putting to you now.
Is it correct according to you? Do you agree or disagree, Mrs.
My lady, I do not agree.
That is all, my lady. That is the only version that I wanted to put, my lady.
Just a second. Mr. Shabangu, you have cross-examination of the witness?
As a court, Ms. My lady, from what is now being done on cross-examination, I have no questions for the witness, my lady.
Thank you very much. That will be the end of this witness evidence. I see she's even smiling. She was tired of sitting down. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your evidence. You are excused.
Thank you very much, Judge.
You can go home and rest. Is Mr. Lake present?
He's present, my lady.
Oh,
He assisted the
very quiet
witness
today. Huh? All right.
My lady, the next witness on the proposed sequential list of remaining witnesses is Dr. Manamela. But I suspect her counsel has a request to make to this board.
Is that Mr. Makani?
As the court pleases.
Mr. Makani?
As the court, please, my lady. My lady, yesterday, my lady, myself and Advocate Sibara spoke at length with Dr. Manamela about her appearing as from next week, Monday, the 22nd, my lady. Then she then informed us or gave us instructions, my lady, to ask for a testimony to stand down to the beginning of next term. The reasons advance. I've called a few colleagues that I could get hold of, and I also spoke to Advocate late in the morning and informed him that there is quite a number of issues that she wants to prepare herself for her to be able to answer questions adequately to her satisfaction. Because, my lady, whether I understand that we want this matter to be wrapped up as soon as possible, but looking at the evidence before court and other documents that are in a possession, and as the transcripts come, she has to read and so forth, my lady, it warrants an extension of time for her to prepare, and for us, my lady, to be to prepare her at least, my lady, for about 3 weeks or so. But now the issue is the middle of September, the court will then be on recess, and those dates are not agreed upon. Hence, we are putting an application or a request for the evidence of Dr. Manamela to be tendered or to be given at the beginning of the 4th term. My lady, this is not by any way a delaying tactic, but however, my lady, this matter, we're not saying that everything fingers all is directed as Dr. Manamela, but when you look at she was the director of the department, my lady, and a lot has been said. Other issues she has to deal with, whether they were said directly or indirectly, that she participated. She needs to answer adequately, and I understand the discomfort that the court might have with that, but looking at the question, when one looks at when one asks for a postponement, the court has to ask itself as to whether who suffers more prejudice, my lady, in this circumstance. And then when one looks at this, my lady, if Advocate Manamela is denied an opportunity to adequately prepare herself to present her evidence, my lady, I think that would be an injustice on her part. If there is to be, my lady, a prejudice from the victims' families and so forth, my lady, it's not as if this matter is going to be concluded by this time. In any event, my lady, we have already established that we still need dates for next term. The other thing, my lady, is that it's not as if we are sitting doing nothing, but looking at the work, at the volume of work and the preparation that has to be done. We don't anticipate as being ready by Monday next week, my lady. Hence, the request was made to the evidence leader, my lady, and it is what it is, my lady. We don't want to delay this matter. Even Advocate Manamela, my lady, she really wants to tell her side of the story. She knows there is an impression.
I think you are
created
just
somewhere.
repeating. You've made your point. Unless you want to add, you are just repeating now. You've said whatever you wanted to say, because the problem of talking for a long time, you end up repeating what you have been saying. The crux of your argument is that you are requesting for a postponement.
That is all, my lady. I was just advancing
Can I
more reasons,
hear-
but if your ladyship is satisfied with them, my lady, I'll then
Can I
respond.
hear the others? And also, do we discuss this in this? Because this is just going to cloud the record, or do you want me just to listen to it here in court, or do we convert to a case management meeting? Because everyone now will have to, yes, let me hear you, Mr. Late.
My lady, this is an application for postponement of the matter, which is a matter for the court. I don't think
it's fine. We can deal with it. Yes. It's okay.
My lady, if I may, Mr. McCartney has now referred to prejudice to Ms. Dr. Manamela. Now, prejudice must be real prejudice. Dr. Manamela has come with this matter since the arbitration. This matter has been running in this court now for a very long time, of which she was always present, and she had insights and knowledge of all the evidence that was given in this inquest. Furthermore, there's still 5 days left till Monday. If there was not sufficient time, really not sufficient time for Dr. Manamela, I would have gladly agreed to and not oppose an application for postponement. It was put forward on behalf of Dr. Silabanu. The dates that has been set for each of these last 3 witnesses, there was no opposition from the side of Dr. Manamela for the date that she had to start testifying. Mr. Bakane says that they are not trying to keep the matter back, but that is what is actually happening. No credible reason has been forwarded to this court why she is not able. The mere mentioning of the voluminousness of the evidence, that is not sufficient reason, because she had sufficient time to prepare herself. She had sufficient time. She listened to all the evidence. Merely making notes of evidence that that incriminates her is sufficient to refer to the relevant parts of the evidence that has been incriminating her, if we can refer to the evidence as incrimination. I don't think it's in the interest of justice, in the interest of any of the parties, other than Dr. Manamela, that this case be postponed further for her evidence. Everybody has calendars that they have to attend to. We already had problems to get a sequence of a calendar for everybody to be available. Her not being available on the date that has been prepared for her is just not on, as the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you. Anybody else that wants who wants to address the court in respect of the issue? Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, with all due respect,
yes, I've noted you, Mr. Sim.
This is an application for a postponement where this honourable court is called upon to exercise a judicial discretion whether it should be granted, my lady. In order for your ladyship to be in a position to exercise a discretion judicially, your lady must be presented with sufficient facts justifying the exercise of your ladyship's discretion in a manner which your ladyship would determine to be meet and to do justice to the case, in the sense of not only the case as such, my lady, but to all the parties involved in this matter, my lady, which of course includes the witnesses that are still to testify, as well as the considerations of their legal representatives who are called upon to present these remaining witnesses. In this case, the legal representatives of Dr. Manamela. My lady, I agree with Mr. Late that a lot of time has expired. There is time available, but at the end of the day, I believe, or I would submit, my lady, we are to a large extent bound by the issues faced by Dr. Manamela's legal representatives and the difficulties that they have determined to be in existence. And it's, I believe, quite difficult simply to say, but there had been sufficient time. Dr. Manamela was continuously in attendance during the proceedings, but that still, my lady, leaves has the remaining aspect or issue that it's not simply just Dr. Manamela, but her legal representatives who are faced either with a real dilemma or not, my lady, or a real difficulty in the manner in which they determine at this stage, now that most, may I be so venturesome to say that now that all the other evidence has been presented and completed to determine what the difficulties are they are being faced with and that will need to be considered, even taking into consideration the voluminous content of this honourable inquest that this honourable inquest court has been dealing with for a bit more than a past year, my lady. So, my lady, in conclusion, I'm of the opinion I would submit it's extremely difficult just to eradicate the application for a postponement on the grounds presented at this stage by our learned colleague, friend, Mr. Makanye, acting in concert with his leader, our learned friend, Advocate Sibara. So, my lady, ultimately, it's for your ladyship to exercise your discretion, your ladyship, with all due respect, in a judicial manner. And this is trite law, especially if we can go back to Rex versus Zaki, 1945, Appellate Division decision, page 505 of the old law reports, my lady. And I would lastly submit, to a large extent, your ladyship is reliant on the facts and the circumstances presented by the legal representatives of Dr. Manamela.
Thank you very
and
much.
My lady, what my personal feelings are should not play a role here where legal principles are involved, my lady. And I would submit that it's within your ladyship's discretion, my lady. And I think the last issue maybe my lady, is the application for postponement is not extensive in the sense of a seriously long period of time, because it must be kept in mind, my lady, the week of the 29th until the 2nd of September, the court's not sitting. So it's only next week, and then thereafter it's 2 weeks, and then it's recess, my lady.
Mm.
And now the request is for the postponement. A date wasn't presented or indicated. It was just referred to as the 4th term. But whether it's the first week, the second week, or the third week, no indication was given, my lady. And then, of course, if we keep in mind what the request that was presented on behalf of the legal representatives of Dr. Lesibano, and to which our learned friend Mr. Udes responded, that he's only responsible, he's available for 2 weeks in October, if I understood his evidence.
Just a second, I've noted Mr. Late, and now it's Mr. Wardbrinkle.
So my lady,
these are the two hands that I've seen.
So my lady,
Yes.
at this stage, I would just want to put it before your ladyship that those issues should also be kept in mind, considering the present application for postponement.
Thank you very much. I've also noted Ms. Governor. Mr. Late, I see your hand has been up. Maybe you forgot to lower it. If you can, unless you've got something to add,
No,
but
already,
I'm not. I don't want you to say something until the others continue. You'll get your turn at the end. I've just noted. Thank you, Mr. Pina. I've just noted Mr. Wardbrinkle. Then he will be. Yes. There was Miss Hasim, and then Miss Governor. Can we start with Mr. Wardbrinkle?
Thank you, Lady. I'll be very brief. Lady, I listened carefully to the application. Mr. Late correctly pointed out that some time ago, the proposal was made for Dr. Manamela to testify next week. There was no opposition at the time. What I expected to hear in the context of this application was some kind of reference to events that had happened in the interim, which altered the position, and I didn't hear anything of that nature. So it may be a little tight, it may be uncomfortable, but my lady, this is the kind of matter where you have to put your shoulder to the wheel and get the job done. So we oppose the postponement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hasim.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, we've also listened to the application for postponement, such as it is. It's well-established law that a postponement is not there for the asking. In our view, it hasn't been sufficiently motivated. I understand my learned friend for Dr. Manamela to say that there would be prejudice, but it's not clear to us, and it certainly doesn't seem to come from my learned friend's submissions exactly how that prejudice manifests, other than they need more time. But on what basis is what needed to be advanced, and that was not advanced. They also don't say to us when, what date would be feasible. They simply say till next term. My lady, we've been going back and forth with the parties for a while now regarding dates for next term, and it's been very, very difficult to have all of the parties available at the same time. This is going to cause a further problem for next term. There are weeks available this term. We do have the 5 to 9 September, which is, as I understand, already been agreed upon. That would be Dr. Celebano's week to testify. And then there's the week of the 12 to 16 September. In the event, I want to make it clear that we oppose the postponement. But if
Yes.
this court were minded to grant an indulgence, it cannot be until next term. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Miss Govan, is that Miss Govan? Yes.
As it pleases the court, my lady. My lady, we don't necessarily oppose the postponement application, but I've taken the liberty while my colleagues were addressing her ladyship just to have a look at the doodle calendar for next term. And it seems that Mr. Makane and Mr. Sibara have only indicated their availability for 2 weeks of the next term. So I think Mr. Makani must please address us on that in reply. I do understand the challenges that Mr. Makani has. I do understand that his client faces a number of allegations, but I think we'd also like to see the end of the matter, and the interest of justice must prevail. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Yes, is that all before I go to Mr. Late? All right, Mr. Late, you may proceed.
As a court, please, my lady, my learned friend, Mr. Pina, referred the court to the readiness of the legal team for Dr. Manamela, but as your ladyship had heard, it's not them who's asking for the postponement. It's Dr. Manamela herself that's not willing or ready to testify next week. And the only thing that she has to do is tell the truth. And she had ample time to prepare for her evidence. I don't think there should be any problem regarding the legal team. They have been present since the start. As the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Makani, do you want to? Unless if there is any other person, but it doesn't look like there is any other person who wants to address the court. Ms. Makani, in reply. Mr. Makani?
As the court, please, my lady.
I'm sorry.
My lady, your ladyship would remember that as I was still advancing reasons, your ladyship said the reasons are sufficient or I've advanced enough. My lady, there's been issues. Dr. Manamela has encountered issues of the issue of case line and so forth. There's been issues. Your ladyship is aware of that. So we didn't want to make a very long argument. As your ladyship said, your request is very clear. You want postponement.
No, my problem was you must listen attentively. You were repeating, right? You were repeating a lot of things. So I stopped you because I realized that you were repeating what you had already said. In case, and I even said, can you, unless if there is anything that you want to add, but you didn't add anything, we can give you that opportunity. It's not a problem. If you think you want to say something, but don't. Okay, if you want something you want to add, you can add. If there is anything that you left out.
No, but your ladyship, we shouldn't be immediately when I without even stating reasons. Your ladyship was already made an facial expression or the indication that it no to a postponement. But hence your
is that, did I say anything? Did I respond to that, or are you yourself? You just have you implied?
That is what I had observed. But let's leave that.
But I haven't made any ruling. I gave you ample opportunity. I listened to you, but there was a stage where I felt that you were repeating. And I even said the crux of your submissions was to ask for a postponement. I've not yet said anything, but that's what you are thinking. I even invited you to say if there is anything other than what you have already said, you can say it. So I'm saying it again. Now you are adding the issue of case line. Continue. What is the other thing?
My lady, a question of preparation on this issue, my lady, it's an ongoing issue. And there has been a concern that when Dr. Slivano was, when date was proposed for Dr. Slivano, we did not object. My lady, the issue of preparation for Dr. Manamela's testimony is an ongoing one. Hence, when I started with the application, we said last night when we were discussing the matter, or when we were deliberating on the matter, we then realized that it won't be possible. And it is best that immediately this morning, my lady, I called the colleagues and informed them, this is our position. We did not want a situation where come Sunday evening, we come with excuses, either one is sick or and so forth. We became honest. We did not try hide and seek. We are honest, and we should not. This issue. There has been another issue, my lady. Before I forget about it, the issue of the availability of advocate holders as far as the fourth term is concerned, should not, my lady, be a determining factor for us to adequately prepare for this matter. When we say Dr. Manamela is not ready, if Dr. Manamela is not ready, so are we not ready? Because after she has completed with her own preparation, she must come to us. We engage further, as we have been doing on a daily basis, either telephonically or on WhatsApp, whatever platform that we are using. Hence, we at the time we agreed to the dates of the 22nd. We were of the view that we'll be able to manage, but we have seen with the issue of time that we won't be able to manage. Hence, we are here before you, and there's also an issue that a date has not been set. Perhaps our learned friends did not hear this. I said we will be ready most probably in the middle of September. However, because it will be during recess, surely the matter will have to stand down through the fourth term. Then, unless if your ladyship is of the view that we must then start only on the week of the 12th, perhaps we can try something along those lines. But we don't want a situation where we are due to start on Monday and we are not ready. And there has been an issue of Dr. Manamela has had sufficient time. Sufficient time based on what? Has Dr. Manamela dealt with this kind of matter before? Is there a formula, my lady, for lack of, to say you have dealt, this is something that we know, this is time. But if someone who's dealing with the matter says, I am not ready, this is voluminous, I still need time, why deny such a person an opportunity, my lady? What Dr. Manamela is asking, I don't think it's a leg and an arm. What she's simply asking for is to be given an opportunity to further prepare for a testimony. I hear Advocate Lacey, what she needs to come and tell is the truth. The truth on what? She has to harmonize the following. There has been number of amendments, and there's been initial documents. She also has her own documents, which, my lady, I think it's over 6,000 pages. She has to harmonize that together with the evidence. And at times, my lady, we do encounter network issues. Wherein, my lady, like myself yesterday, my lady, I indicated that I will not be able to cross-examine because I did not listen to Advocate Power's cross-examination. I will therefore have to wait for later on. I tried with the 1 hour during lunch to catch up, but YouTube was not working. I had to catch up later on. So we've got such challenges, my lady. And she also has to rely, she's been coming in and out of the meeting because of issues. She also has to rely on some of the issues from the transcript. Either we've captured it correctly, she has to be sure, is this what was captured? She must prepare herself. There's absolutely nothing impossible with granting us an opportunity to, perhaps taking it to the fourth term would be a bit unfortunate. However, after we had a discussion yesterday, my lady, we knew of this possibility that perhaps the fourth term would be far. She has informed us that she has prior arrangement for the 16th of September. Therefore, if your ladyship is of the view that the fourth term is far, we can try by all means as advocate.
I don't understand. Are you saying, what are you saying? You are saying she has got commitments for the 16th of September?
Yes.
Commitments so of what? Which commitments? Because this matter, these are the dates that were long agreed upon. In terms of the directive, these dates were agreed upon, and we all knew that we were going to proceed, isn't it?
That is correct. So my lady, at this point in time, I would suggest I would still stand by the fourth term. suggesting. However, if your ladyship is of the view,
fourth term when? Because that is what you haven't answered the other people's question to say. If you say fourth term when? And secondly, you have already, if you had Miss Gavenda's address, she indicated that in the fourth term, if one looks at the doodle where dates have been, dates where one's availability is still going to be discussed, where you have indicated your availability. You have indicated that you are only going to be available for 2 weeks. So if you are talking the fourth term,
if I may clarify on that, Melody, perhaps maybe is the question of not understanding these internet things, my lady, of the doodles and so forth. I am available from the beginning of the first term. I think there could have been an issue with those things, but I am available from the beginning of the first term.
Is that all? I've noted, just a second, I've noted Ms. Govender, I've also noted Ms. Asim. Anybody else that I could have missed? Okay.
Lady, unless if the question of we will still be required, of which, my lady, I don't think it's of necessity to be busy with preparation of an application, written application for postponement, whereas we can, unless they still want facts, we can still do that. But those are the facts you have
already started arguing the application. And other people have already responded. You are now in your reply. Do you still want to go and make further submissions? Is that what you are saying? Or do you want to start afresh with a written application for a postponement? It's already...
So, my lady, we have advanced sufficient reasons for this matter, my lady. And I submit with respect that none of the things that the other parties have said who oppose this application, my lady, if one weighs it against the prejudice that the advocate Manamela, a number of issues have been said about her, and she needs to thoroughly prepare. She's been part of it, but there has been challenges such as the issue of case lines and network and so forth, Manid. That would be all. We are available from the first. I am available from the. You
are talking about yourself only. What about Mr. Sibara? The next thing okay.
He is also available, Manid. In the event that there won't be any day in the next time where both of us will not be available.
Thank you very much. So you are available from the beginning of the first time up to the end?
Up to the end, my lady. If I'm not available, Advocate Bara will stand in the other way around.
Thank you. I see. Do I start with Ms. Asim, then Miss Govender, then Mr. Profi? Yes, Ms. Asim.
My lady, my learned friend has clarified in the meantime by saying that he is available from the beginning of the next term. I just wanted to put it on record that we never received a response, even to emails to the parties. We didn't receive a response from Dr. Manamela's team regarding their availability for next term. This is the first time we are hearing. And in fact, the 2 weeks that are currently in the table that Ms. Govender referred to, we included that based on old correspondence from Dr. Manamela's team.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything with regard to the submissions made? You just wanted to alert the court of that?
Yes, that's all, my lady. And my learned friend has clarified. After I put my hand up, he clarified that they will be available from the beginning of the fourth term. Thank you.
All right. Can I hear Ms. Govender?
As it pleases the court, my lady. My lady, I just want to deal very briefly with the suggestion by my learned friend that the court was almost amenable to moving dates around based on Mr. Hoder's availability, yet when faced with Miss Manamela, or Mrs. Manamela's request, my apologies, Dr. Manamela's request, the court might not be very pliable. My lady, I just want to put it on record that the second the correspondence was received from Dr. Celebano's team, our team had made our position very clear. And we wasted no time in that regard. We did accept there was a delay insofar as us committing to dates, and that was because Mr. Hoders was abroad and we had a communication challenge. But my lady, my submission there is I don't think it's the position that anyone is making light of my learned friend's challenges, but I don't think it was the case that the court would have been more pliable or is more pliable to our request as opposed to his request. That matter, of course, has not yet been determined. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Profi?
As the court pleases, my lady, the clarification I needed, I have. I only wish to state on record that the more we go into the next term, the NGOs have to carry that financial burden, and I don't think it's fair. That's all I wished to put forward to the court.
Yeah. Where is Mr. Van Bergen today? I haven't had any word from him. Is he available today? But before I go to him, or I don't want to force him to talk if he didn't want to talk. Just before you say anything, what I wanted to point out is that there are issues that have been raised now in the reply by Mr. Makani, which were not raised previously. I don't know if any one of you would want to respond only to those limited issues before the court closes the matter. Anybody else? Mr. Lay? Okay, Mr. Van Bergen, I shouldn't be.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, the reason why I didn't put my hand up is that whatever contribution I can make was really covered by what was stated by a number of the colleagues.
Okay.
If one looks at
Just a second, I've noted you, Mr. Makani. I know that if they can deal with those issues that you have raised, I'll give you the opportunity to reply before I close the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Just by way of summary, and I'm referring to the decision of the Constitutional Court in National Police Service Union and others versus Minister of Safety and Security. It's 2000, Volume 4, SA 1110. And it basically summarizes exactly what was submitted to your ladyship by a number of my colleagues, where the court said the postponement of a matter set down for hearing on a particular date cannot be claimed as of right. An applicant for a postponement seeks an indulgence from the court. Such postponement will not be granted unless this court is satisfied that it is in the interests of justice to do so. In this respect, the applicant must show that there is good cause for the postponement. In order to satisfy the court that good cause does exist, it will be necessary to furnish a full and satisfactory explanation of the circumstances that give rise to the application. Whether a postponement will be granted is therefore in the discretion of the court and cannot be secured by mere agreement between the parties. In exercising that discretion, this court will take into account a number of factors, including but not limited to whether the application has been timeously made, whether the explanation given by the applicant for postponement is full and satisfactory, and whether there is prejudice to any of the parties, and whether the application is opposed. My lady, ultimately, it boils down to whether your ladyship is satisfied by the reasons proffered by Mr. Makani on behalf of his client, and whether those constitute good cause, and then most importantly, whether it is in the interests of justice to agree to the application or not. Ultimately, my lady, that is your ladyship's discretion, and I'll leave it in your ladyship's hands.
Okay.
If your ladyship pleases.
Thank you very much. Yes, anybody else before I go to Mr. Makani? Thank you. Mr. Makani, do you want to say something? I saw your hand was up.
My lady, I'm going to start with the issue of the NGOs' finances, my lady. If we are not sitting, my lady, on those dates, I don't understand where the financial prejudice becomes, my lady. I think that's the first issue I'll address. Then the second issue, my lady, is that the I think the court should it's on the interest of justice. The preparedness of Dr. Manamela team and herself to give evidence. The interest of justice favors the application to be granted, my lady, because if she comes here unprepared and so forth, your ladyship surely don't want to be blamed. We're not saying we're not holding a gun on you, your ladyship, but that the process was not fair. Surely, if one says I want to, and it's a first request for postponement on her behalf, and it is made timelessly, in that, my lady, it's we are on a today, my lady, I think it's a Tuesday. We've got 5 days or so to the date. So, my lady, as alluded by Advocate van Bergen on the case law that he mentioned, such application should be made timelessly. We have made a full disclosure. We have said this has been our position, and even without even what our predicament, my lady, if one looks at it with a fair eye, surely would realize the importance and the gravity that is on our side, to say this is how this matter has a lot of documents. This is not a simple matter for Dr. Manamela, my lady. It involves a number of issues. She needs to be fully prepared. Surely, my lady, I without anticipating, I'm very much sure that Advocate Manamela's testimony, my lady, is going to be one of those that is going to take weeks or a long time, or many days than any other person that's going to come here or that has came here before. Because, my lady, if your ladyship remembers, most of the witnesses should be mentioned that Dr. Manamela did this and so forth, but she has to be prepared. So, your ladyship, there is an issue about we did not. I don't know whether Ms. Governor didn't understand what I said. What I said was on the question of their application. We did not say they were given an opportunity to stand down. We are not. We are not saying that. What we are saying is, let us not be denied an opportunity for the matter to stand down because they are only available at a certain date. Let us be accommodated on those dates on the first available week of the fourth term, and we'll proceed. And surely there will be subsequent dates where they will also be available. That would be all from our side, and unless if there is any other issue that your ladyship wants me to address that the other parties have raised that they didn't address.
Yes, I just want to ask this question, but I'm just looking at it differently. It shouldn't be like I'm inclined to granting a postponement. I haven't made any ruling, but should the court grant a postponement, how much time would you need? Because you are now indicating to the court that you can only give this evidence can only start in the next term. So does it mean that in this term, according to you, it means we only sat for the first week, and now you want us to sit only for 2 days, and from there up until the next term? Is that what you are proposing to the court, or you are requesting? If one was to understand the request that you are making.
My lady, again, the question of postponement, we had said when in our first address that we would be ready by the week by the end of the week of the 16th, which unfortunately because of that the matter, there are no agreed dates post that. Hence we have said the beginning of the 4th term. So in other words, it's about.
What are you saying? You are saying this week of the 12th. You said something about the date of the 16th.
No, I said in the event the court is of the view that the 4th term it's far, for lack of better word. Okay. We might try to be ready by the week of the 12th. However, we are saying it today that it might happen, and we should not be seen to be people who would have on the 12th or a week before we come back to court and say, Your Ladyship, we are not done.
Okay.
But if your Ladyship is inclined to a postponement or is of the view that at least perhaps on the 12th, let's see where you are, so that we can utilize that time, would be amenable to use that the week of the 12th of September. But
okay, thank you very much.
But our suggestion still stands that our request is to the beginning of next year, as the court please.
Thank you. Mr. Van Bergen, can I get that citation quickly? I've taken this just for me to do my research quickly. If I can get that, the names of the parties in that matter, I think I got the.
Yes, my lady, it is
the year. You said it's a 20,000. I think I know about this, but I don't know where I've put my. This is 2000, volume 4, SA 1110.
That's correct, my lady.
Yes,
and
then
our national.
Mr. Makani, can you please put your hand down unless you've got something? Maybe you forgot.
I also want to give your Ladyship a certain case law.
All right, no, that's fine. Let me listen to Mr. Van Bergen. Yes. So, Minister of Safety and Security. Just a second.
Our National Police Service Union.
National Police
Service Union.
Come again?
Service Union, my lady.
Okay. Service Union.
Versus Minister of Safety and Security.
Thank you.
My lady, the locus classicus on postponements really, and which gives a lot more detail than in the Constitutional Court decision, is Myburg Transport.
Yes.
Versus Botha.
Yes.
Trading as SA Truck Bodies. And that's 1991.
SA Truck Bodies.
Yes. 1991.
Yes.
Volume 3.
Yes.
SA 310.
Yes.
And it's a decision, my lady, of the Namibian High Court, but the judge was the late Mr. Justice Mohammed before he became Chief Justice here in South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Your Ladyship will note that practically any decision relating to postponements quotes from Myburg Transport.
Yes, yes.
Your Ladyship pleases.
Thank you very much. Mr. Makani, you can give me your case.
My lady, that is the case that I wanted to give it to you, my lady.
Which one now? The
Myburg one. Yeah, the Myburg one, my lady. That's the court case.
It's just that I just wanted to look at, I didn't want to delay this, but I just want to look quickly at these things. Let me see, it's now 3:04. Can I give this ruling in the morning?
I think it will be okay, my lady.
Just to hear from, otherwise I'll just shoot from the book now, even without, because all what I want is just to look at the cases. But there might be no need because I know about these cases. Perhaps Mr. Pitlela, do you want to say something? I can. Yes.
I was going to suggest that your ladyship maybe deliver it in the morning. I think it will also allow us the opportunity to go into the case management, given the time that is left.
Yes. All right. Is that
Yes,
the
Court
feeling of
pleases.
any? Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody against the idea?
Lady, I wanted to, intended seeking an indulgence from your ladyship. Should we continue tomorrow? And the reason for the indulgence would have been to request.
I think Mr. Pienaar exceeded his talking time for the day, my lady.
I agree with Mr. Van Bergen, my lady.
All right, I see the number. We are now at 21. You may proceed.
Lady, I wanted to request an indulgence from your ladyship to have the matter to us on Thursday morning. And the reason for that, I wanted to attend a commemoration service and funeral tomorrow of a esteemed colleague and friend of mine who had passed away last week. But I'm not, if needs be, I will abide by the court's decision and be in attendance tomorrow morning, my lady, as the court pleases.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, but my question was, do we now convert this to to a case management meeting just to discuss the doodle? And then that is why, as proposed by Mr. Pitlela, and then I give the ruling in the morning if possible, unless even if you are not there, I don't think that will be a problem. I've noted you, Mr. Pringle? Craig?
Sorry, my lady, I would suggest that we proceed then with the case management, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Can I hear Mr. Pringle?
Yes, thank you, my lady. Lady, I suppose we can achieve something with the case management meeting this afternoon.
Yes,
but your
because I'm
ladyship's,
just looking at the time, yes.
But your ladyship's ruling could tip that particular boat over, depending on what the ruling is.
Okay.
So, but nevertheless, perhaps it would be as well for us to know what we're working with in the remaining weeks this year before your ruling, my lady. Because as I understand it, the outstanding issue relates to the third week when the former MEC was going to testify if everything went to plan.
Just a second, we are not yet into the case management meeting, please.
No,
Let's
I'm
not
discussing.
confuse.
I'm discussing what needs to be dealt with if we have that case management meeting. As I
Okay,
understand it,
can we deal with
that's the
that
issue.
once we convert our meeting?
Yes,
I thought
certainly.
you were saying something regarding, okay.
No.
Do we
thank
all
you,
agree that we should convert this? Because yesterday, remember, I wanted to use about 30 minutes, we didn't use it. So that is why I'm thinking that let me rather give the ruling in the morning at 10 o'clock. And then now we convert to the case management meeting.
I would support that, my lady.
Okay. The proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is the 17th of August.
As the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Nelly Siwak, can you please stop the recording for us?
Okay, Judge.
Thank you. Just want to go to that